Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the July 16th meeting of the Arlington County Board. We encourage you to take your seats if you could, because we're going to get started. Thank you so much. I'm Board Chair Katie Crystal. I'm joined this morning by all my colleagues, Ms. Libby Garvey, Mr. Matt DeFerranti, Vice Chairman Christian Dorsey, and Mr. Takis Karantonis. We are glad to have you with us on the boardroom or watching remotely via Microsoft Teams. Just a couple of options before we get underway with public comment. Masks are optional. You may see us wearing them if, for example, we have had an exposure recently, but are testing negative. You should feel free to wear one as comfortable and based on your individual preference. Some members of the public, as well as county staff and other presenters, will be participating remotely today as part of our hybrid meeting model. If you are speaking in person, that podium can be adjusted using the up or down arrow buttons on the right. Please do speak clearly into the microphone. That makes sure not only we can hear you, but anyone listening along at home can do so as well. If you will be submitting documents as part of your testimony, please hand them to the clerk. If you could include your name and contact information, that would be terrific so that we have the option to follow up with you. For remote speakers, please keep your microphones muted and your cameras off until you are called on to speak. You will need to unmute yourself if you are using the Teams app on a browser. You can do that by clicking the microphone button on the toolbar. If you are calling in, please use *6 to unmute yourself. I believe that we have a Spanish language interpreter on the line who can help with individual translation for public comment. Good morning. Are you with us?
Yes, good morning, everyone. My name is Laura Castro. I will be your Spanish interpreter. Hola a todos. Mi nombre es Laura Castro. Seré la intérprete de español. Thank you. Gracias.
Buenos dias, Senora Castro. Thank you so much. Okay. Occasionally, you may see board members get up to stretch our legs. There are speakers and monitors in the back, so I promise we can hear you and are listening even if you don't see us briefly. Before we launch into public comment, a note about our familiar one speaker per topic rule. We have public comment because it is a chance for board members to hear from residents about things that are not, have not been the subject of recent public hearings or are not subjects of imminent public hearings. And to ensure that we can be fair and consistent, we ask that one speaker per topic comes before us. It helps us manage the public comment period so we can get to the main purpose of today's agenda, which is the items on the regular agenda. And to respect the time of your neighbors who may be waiting to speak about those items that are scheduled for today. So pushing the one speaker per topic rule does not mean you are penalizing the board. It means you are penalizing your fellow Arlingtonians. And we thank you for your respect for that one speaker per topic rule and your respect to them. If you are here with a coordinated group today, we ask that you identify one representative to raise your topic. That representative can make us aware that there are others who are present virtually or in person who share their views. And most importantly, there are plenty of other ways to let us know what you think. You can email us, countyboard@arlingtonva.us. And for a more dynamic conversation, we recommend Open Door Monday, which is an opportunity for us to get more deeply into exploration of your concerns, talk to you, multiple neighbors, and hear different perspectives. That information about Open Door Monday is available on our website. Our clerks, Ms. Jacobs and Mr. Kushner, whom you may have met outside, can help you if you have any questions. Unless there is anything further, Madam Clerk, could you call our first two public comment speakers, please?
Yes, our first speaker is Chris Adams, followed by John Ware.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Adams.
Good morning. Hello, my name is Chris Adams. I'm from Arlington Ridge.
I think we need you to press the button on your microphone.
Button on the microphone right in front of you. There we go. Thank you so much.
Yep. Hello, my name is Chris Adams. I'm from Arlington Ridge, and I'm with the Yimbys of Northern Virginia. I'm here today to support the Missing Middle Framework as a way to restore Arlington as a place that is attainable, affordable, and open to all. I'm lucky enough to live in one of the few remaining missing middle homes in Arlington. My duplex was built in 1935, but starting in 1938, houses like mine were progressively banned. As a result, the surrounding homes for me are bigger, newer, more expensive single-family homes. Most of Arlington is in a position like me. The vast majority of Arlington lives in multifamily homes, and 70% of us support the Missing Middle Framework as a way to stay in Arlington and thrive in Arlington. Had my home not been built, I would not be able to afford to live in my neighborhood. If more homes like mine had been allowed to be built down the street, then many other families would be able to join us. That was the point, though, right? This position was put in place intentionally to exclude certain types of people. Enacting phase 3 of the Missing Middle Housing Study would help reverse that shameful legacy and make the vision of housing diversity a reality. It's crucial that the zoning changes continue to allow up to 8 units per lot. Let's give home builders the flexibility to be creative to provide attainable housing for folks like me. Arlington is facing a backlog of over a century of not building houses that are modest multifamily homes. Half measures aren't going to cut it. The only solution is to build and build a lot more. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Adams.
Our next speaker is John Ware, followed by Thomas Piwar.
Good morning, Mr. Ware. If you like, the arrows on the side will allow you to raise the podium.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is John Ware. I'm a dad of 3 and a 17-year resident of the county. I've lived on the yellow line, the orange line, the north, and the south. I'm here today to talk about a fundamental right, and that is notice and an opportunity to be heard. And I think that's imperiled when it comes to zoning, that we can do better to include more voices. During the week, I'm a consumer protection lawyer. That means I'm looking out for you, your families, the elderly, and disadvantaged communities, making sure when a company says they will not do something, that they don't. And then when a company says they will do something, they clearly and conspicuously tell you what they're going to do. On zoning, let me quote the Post. Proponents of affordable housing strongly criticize the county for pushing through the concept without holding Arlington's traditionally extensive series of community meetings to hammer out regulations and incentives. The county had not even sent notices to all properties that could undergo a change in their land use rights, residents said, or sent notices so late as to be almost useless. That was, unquote, that was December 2017 on a housing conservation district. And I understand that status quo persists today for zoning generally. So what can we do? Change the zoning ordinance and policies around it that require staff to give meaningful, clear and conspicuous notice far ahead when considering zoning changes. How do we do that? First, Arlington's CAP portal for paying bills has mailing addresses and email addresses. Considering a zoning change, send an email. In the subject line, your area may be rezoned. In the body, plain language, specifically detail what is being considered in the zoning change. Here's what you can do. Here's a date specific by which you can act. Big bold font, yellow background, very clear. Second, for others, snail mail, neighborhood signs, yellow background, bold font. This week, I got this 8-page pamphlet from the county telling me where my water comes from. If we can do this much notice for where water comes from, I think if we truly care about inclusion in zoning, we can do more.
Thank you, Mr. Ware.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Thomas Piwar, followed by Scott Ferguson.
Good morning.
Good morning, and thank you. I'd like to bring up something a little bit different, though in some ways the same. Data presented Wednesday to the Virginia Housing Commission warns of disturbing trends. Despite the demand decline due to interest rates dropping, home prices haven't changed. In this area, demand exceeds supply, and teardowns are replacing affordable houses with unaffordable houses. 700,000 becomes 3.5 million sometimes. Single-family homes, despite this, continue to sell at a faster rate than other types of housing. And the reason is that it's the American dream. We see condos lingering, apartments offering incentives to attract people, developers coming to you saying, I want to convert to hotel space because I've got excess inventory. More than just being the most desirable housing type, single-family homes are also the key to building intergenerational wealth. Renting doesn't do it, condos don't do it, even row houses don't do it. Single-family homes are the big gainers, and that's probably why billionaires own so many homes. Unaffordable homes impact lower-income residents the most. The average 30-year mortgage has gone from $1,300 to $2,200 a month in the last 5 years. The lack of affordable single-family homes compounds racial disparities. We also have young families seeking to provide space for for their growing families, and they can't find anything in Arlington anymore that's affordable. So American dream is the single-family home. Our future depends on being able to have a diverse population.
Thank
and
you, Mr.
that's-
Thank you, Mr. Pilar.
That's why I'm here.
Appreciate that.
Our next speaker is Scott Ferguson, followed by Diane Nero.
Hello, I brought slides. I don't know if you have them.
That would be a question for our clerk. Do we have those? Give us just a minute.
Thank you. My name's Scott Ferguson. I'm a 26-year resident of Arlington. I've lived in both South and North Arlington. I'd like to talk to you today about the risks of private equity penetration in our community. The growing influence of private equity. Private equity is now the dominant form of financial backing among the 35 largest owners of multifamily buildings in the U.S. Private equity investors bought a record 25.3% of low-priced housing in first quarter of 2022. According to the Census Bureau in 2018, investors made up 16% of single-family rental ownership. Today, it's 20%. Next slide, please. Cost impacts. Companies' size allows them to influence market rates and lobby against reforms that could dilute their power. And their goals, quickly hiking a builder's profits so they can sell at a premium, are often at odds with those of the tenants who need to live in them. Large loans to private equity firms helps drive concentration and pushes the cost of renting. Financial markets are structured. Shareholders expect ever-increasing returns. This creates pressure on companies to increase profits, reduce maintenance, and increase fees. Minority home ownership trends. Neighborhoods that are formerly ownership neighborhoods that are one of the few ways that working-class families and communities of color could build wealth and gain stability are slowly, or not so slowly, turned into renter communities, and not renter communities owned by mom-and-pop landlords, but by some of the largest private equity firms in the world. Considerations. The board needs to study the unintended consequences associated with proposed policy changes and impact of private equity participation in the Arlington residential real estate market. The board needs to explore targeted policies to adopt and that would disincentivize institutional investors.
Thank you, Mr. Ferguson.
Thank you. Appreciate your coming in this morning.
Our next speaker is Diane Nero, followed by Dima Hakura. Don't see Diane Nero. We'll move on. Dima Hakura.
Good morning.
Good morning. We have to face the reality.
Can you just turn on the bass? There we go.
Okay. Good morning. We have to face the reality that however many corporations decide to move their headquarters to Arlington, the pandemic has permanently changed how corporations conduct business from here on out. Remote work and hybrid schedules are here to stay. Traditional offices are out, while collaborative and interactive spaces are in. This all means a lower footprint is needed. So what do we do with all this empty office space? Arlington is now at 20.8% vacancy rate, up 16.6% from prior to the pandemic. I thank staff for issuing administrative guidance for office conversions at the end of 2020, but further concrete action is needed. This is where pent-up demand for housing can be met by converting office space into housing, while at the same time targeting affordability for the many in an eco-friendly manner, as we already see happening in our neighboring jurisdictions. Programs can be started for incentivizing owners by streamlining permitting for conversions to affordable housing, affordable home ownerships, condos, and rental. Part of the conversation needs to be around how much increased population Arlington can handle and at what rate of increase. We need to synchronize that with the rate of expansion for transportation capacity, schools, infrastructure, public facilities, parks, and so forth. Quality of life is what makes Arlington unique. If we don't do it properly, we will be destroying what we have. Let's get creative and deal with this issue the Arlington way, with open discourse and collaborative thought, rather than simply attempting to emulate the still unproven experiments being conducted in other cities that simply appease developers and investors and drives away families and the middle class. Let's figure out the right solution for Arlington. Thank you from a 30-year resident of Arlington. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Okor.
Our next speaker is Eric Malpelli, followed by Audrey Clement.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Eric Malpelli. I would like to speak about the future of Langston Boulevard. I've lived at the intersection of Langston and Glebe for about 4 years now, and I hope to be here for decades to come. I'd like to give just one example from my own family's experience to help illustrate the quality of life in some regards on Langston Boulevard. I live in easy walking distance of my son's pediatrician and a large grocery store. When I can, I like to walk to those destinations. But when I'm pushing the stroller up Langston Boulevard, I have on one side of me speeding trucks and SUVs, and on the other, a string of surface parking lots with many entering and exiting vehicles. The highway does what it was designed to do, and it does it well, which is move cars quickly at all costs. It's not safe, it's not pleasant, and it's not the best that Arlington can do. Plan Langston Boulevard gives us a path to a denser, more walkable, and attractive corridor, a real boulevard and not a highway. To me, these aren't just buzzwords. When I hear them, I think about my son, who's 10 months old. Will this vision be realized? How old will he be when it is? Will it be in time for him to safely walk with a friend to get pizza at Lehigh Shops? In time for him to sit outside of Starbucks with some high school friends and face something other than a parking lot? I don't know the answer, but I urge you to keep Arlingtonians like my son in mind when you make decisions over the next year that will answer those questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Malpelli.
Our next speaker is Audrey Clement, followed by Adam Theo.
Good morning.
Welcome, members of the board, the county manager. I'm Audrey Clement, independent candidate for county board. I am speaking on my own behalf and not for the Arlington Neighborhoods Advisory Commission, ARLNAC, of which I am a member. At its July 14th meeting, ARLNAC representatives were presented with a new policy governing electronic meetings and electronic participation in meetings drafted by the county attorney, which they were asked to approve. In the absence of a declared emergency, the policy prohibits commissions from conducting more than 25% of their meetings virtually. It prohibits members from participating in more than 25% of the commission's meetings virtually. Furthermore, it requires that physical attendance be used to establish quorum for the conduct of commission business. There are exemptions for medical reasons, but every time a commissioner wishes to absent him or herself from an in-person meeting, she has to get the chair's leave to do so, even if her disability is permanent. Commissioners were told that the new policy was necessitated by a newly enacted state law, but neither the law itself nor any exegesis of the law were presented to commissioners for their review. Commissioners were simply ordered to adopt the policy, which thankfully ARLNAC declined to do absent supporting documentation. This policy is clearly ageist. Due to the ongoing pandemic, people over 50 have been advised by the CDC to stay away from in-person meetings. Yet, according to the policy, commissioners will have to attend most meetings in order to meet quorum. Requiring older people to do something that clearly jeopardizes their health is per se discrimination. For surely, County Board will be incentivized going forward to steer away from appointing older adults to boards and commissions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Clement.
Our next speaker is Adam Theo, followed by Courtney Massey.
Good morning. Thank you.
Is it working now?
Mm-hmm.
There we go. Morning, everyone. I'm Adam Theo, independent candidate for Arlington County Board. I'm here to say that money doesn't grow on trees, even here in Arlington, and every dollar is valuable. The budget and the CIP, the Capital Improvement Plan, represents our community priorities. Sadly, now the County Board considers a boathouse as a priority. $19 million in the CIP to just start designing and building part of the boathouse for crew and kayaking is not really a priority. It certainly shouldn't be. Arlington County is in a hurry because it has signed a 10-year agreement with the National Park Service. But that's like saying you have to buy a new BMW because the dealer ad on TV said it's a limited time offer. For every dollar, there are better uses. We have stormwater problems, flooding issues here in the county. And with the CIP, there's $331 million dedicated to it. But that is going to go fast with land acquisition, which is the #1 thing that we need to counter stormwater issues. Even just a few more dollars for land acquisition for stormwater will go a far better use for the county and for our priorities than a boathouse. Similarly, with this boathouse that is going to be going into Rosland neighborhood, Rosland being one of the still most dangerous neighborhoods for pedestrians and cyclists and vehicle users in the county, it's telling that the county wants to build a boathouse there before improving the streets for safety. So please, reconsider the boathouse. There's no harm in spending money in other ways that actually serve all Arlingtonians. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Courtney Massey, followed by Michael and Bessie.
Hello? There we go. Good morning. I am here today to speak on the importance of government transparency and accountability. It is not enough to claim that you are listening to those you represent and invite your constituents to contact you to engage in open dialogue if you do not follow through on your word. When your constituents email you to ask for a meeting about an urgent topic coming up for vote, it's important to listen and respond promptly. It is disingenuous to delay responding for a week and then reply to grant the request with extremely short notice. Delaying a response is one way of silencing communities, often communities of color, who are directly impacted and indeed harmed by your policies. I urge you all to be more receptive and responsive to the people you work for. Also, I support COPPA, ICE out of Arlington. Remove Section 7.
Our next speaker is Michael and Bessie, followed by Nathan Goodman.
Hi. The county has done a great job in setting up a fairly extensive network of bike lanes, but it could be better. Many of the bike lanes in the county have various parts that have been cut and filled or potholes and are poorly paved, and the maintenance isn't very good, and the county also often has problems where people will pull off or park in the bike lane. So I would like to ask the county to step up maintenance of bike lanes and enforcement of rules against parking in bike lanes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mbesi.
Our next speaker is Nathan Goodman, followed by Emily Lockwood.
All right. Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Good morning.
Thanks. So I'm here to talk a little bit about LGBT rights. Unfortunately, around the country, we've seen a wave of recent political and social attacks and smears against members of the lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender community, ranging from attacks on youth rights to attacks on the integrity of queer people. And unfortunately, these problems are often exacerbated by state violence against members of the LGBT community, especially immigrants, who can often be deported back to countries where they face greater danger or sent to detention centers where they face harassment, humiliation, abuse, and even sexual assault by guards. That's why I support COPPA, ICE out of Arlington. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Goodman. At this point in our public comment, we're going to pause and invite La Colectiva to choose one member of your group that can speak on behalf of COPPA, ICE out of Arlington, and the cause that you're rallying for today. We'll pause while you discuss amongst yourselves, and we look forward to hearing whichever individual speaker, consistent with our one speaker per topic rule, wants to speak on that topic. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We've just allowed about 3 people. We've just allowed about 3 people to speak. Okay, so we're consistent with how I did not allow more than one person to speak on the issue last month, and give a small grace period to those who came up with different topics. I'm going to do the same thing today so that I can be consistent. I'd like to invite you to take a minute to decide who among your group would like to speak on behalf. Again, this is following an open public hearing last month on this same topic. We appreciated hearing from many of you at that point, and we look forward to hearing whichever speaker can represent La Colectiva this morning. So we'll pause for a minute as you all decide. We'll hear that speaker, and then we're going to conclude our public comment period this morning. Thank you. Okay, and do we have one more speaker on behalf of La Colectiva this morning? Would one more speaker like to speak on behalf of La Colectiva? Is that speaker Ms. Lockwood? Okay, so unless there are no further public speakers on any topic, I'm going to consider that. Please, we'd love to have you, Ms. Lockwood. Good morning.
When immigrant rights are under attack, what do? Stand up like that.
We are going to take a brief recess. The board will be in the back.
Stand up like that.
We are taking a brief recess. Thank you.
Meeting. Thank you so much, everyone. All right, if you are not able to join us, Mr. Sendejas, Mr. Sendejas, if you could please leave the room, we'd appreciate that. Thank you very much. Thank you for being here this morning. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. We're going to reconvene our meeting of the county board at this time. Thank you so much. So as is our custom, we are going to, I'm sorry, if you're not able to participate in the meeting without disrupting it, we are going to ask you to leave. Thanks so much. Okay, so as is our custom, we're going to address some of these items brought up during public comment before moving on to our regular agenda. We're asking you to please leave the room. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, at this time, we will be continuing with the meeting of the Arlington County Board. Thank you very much to those who came in to share thoughts during public comment today. As is our custom, we are going to take up some of the items brought forward by those who spoke today. Just to give brief responses, Mr. Adams and colleagues, thank you so much for coming in, for sharing that personal experience about your duplex built in 1935. We appreciated hearing from you today. Mr. Ware, thank you for coming in with your preferences about communication. I think your suggestion about the use of the CAP system was a particularly interesting one. I think that's one for us to take up. As you may be aware, certainly the most recent zoning change, which we are considering, has been communicated extensively about, including individual letters sent to 150,000 homes. But we absolutely agree there are ways to move forward, and really appreciate your bringing forward some specific ones there. Mr. Piwara, nice to see you. Thank you for coming in about pricing on single-family neighborhoods and demand relative to that of condos or apartments. Definitely appreciate that perspective, and as with Mr. Adams, and clear that you value your home and neighborhood. I will note, we do collect data on apartment rent increasing. Unfortunately, we are not seeing apartments go vacant or offering incentives. We're actually seeing rent increasing about 16% average on apartments. So I think we can see housing of all types is in serious demand in Arlington, but really appreciate your being here. Mr. Ferguson, do appreciate your points about private equity and how that can be changing housing markets, and your call for us to disincentivize this. This is absolutely something we've been in conversation with about with financial advisors, including our treasurer's office, which does quite a bit of market projections. We are potentially limited in our tools about who can own or rent housing in Arlington and whether those need to be local folks or not. But I do appreciate your raising it to our attention as an area for further study. Ms. Okor, thank you for coming in regarding solutions to the commercial or specifically office vacancy rate. We actually have an item on our consent agenda, so stay with us about allowing for emerging uses such as micro-fulfillment centers. The point about needing to come up with custom solutions, being nimble and responsive to an office market that is changing rapidly is one that is very much felt by each member of this board, as well as our leaders of economic development and planning, and we appreciate your suggestions. Mr. Malpelli, so nice to hear from you and your support for a more walkable plan, Langston Boulevard. Really appreciated the emphasis on your son and your aspirations for him to be able to move around the community in the years to come. Dr. Clement, so glad you brought up the electronic participation policy. We will actually be talking about this in greater depth on Tuesday. You are right that everything that has been introduced to our commissions is the result of a new law. If you can believe it, that law is actually more permissive than the previous state under Virginia open meetings requirements in terms of allowing commissioners to participate virtually when their health, age, or any other status would dictate. So the policy that's being brought forward to our commissions is actually to take advantage of new flexibilities in the law rather than making it more stringent. We agree they are too stringent. We have been working with many representatives of our commission. I myself have testified in front of the General Assembly multiple times to try to create more opportunities for our commissioners to participate virtually. We've seen during the pandemic how effective that is for so many people and how that allows Arlingtonians from all walks of life to be able to participate more effectively in our civic structures. So in short, for the exact reasons you've described, we have pushed for this legislative change to be more permissive. We will keep pushing to be more permissive still in the future. Mr. Theo, speaking to the CIP, we have closed the public comment period on our CIP, and we will be adopting it on Tuesday, but appreciate your points about the boathouse. Mr. Mbesi, regarding the bike lane network, I'm so sorry that I didn't get to give your comments the full attention I wish they had. Perhaps we can follow up, and I can invite my colleagues to say more if they would. This is sort of an unfortunate consequence of the disruption, means that I don't always get to hear residents who come forward. So really appreciate your coming in. And I'll turn to Mr. Dorsey if you wanted to speak to
I just wanted to speak to that. The desire to make sure that Arlington's bike infrastructure is as extensive as it needs to be and kept in as great a repair as it ought to be in order to facilitate bike riding, to increase demand, but also to make it a safer experience for those who are already using it, were the essence of the remarks, and ones that I think are very much a part of our transportation planning, and also some recent efforts that we have undergone to really look at road facilities broadly, not just in terms of the way cars travel, bike lanes, but also sidewalk conditions as well, which are direct feeders into bike lanes. So very much appreciate that, and we always welcome your encouragement as to other areas that we need to explore.
He also raised, Mr. Mbesi also raised the issue of enforcing on bike lanes, which is an interesting thing because it changes over time, and we always welcome the eyes on the street to see where there are hot spots where enforcement doesn't seem to be working. So.
We're actually, if you don't mind, we're gonna have our clerk, our deputy clerk, follow up with you so we can continue the conversation. Thank you so much for coming in. Okay, we appreciate the multiple people who came in to speak in support of CAPA for Arlington. As you all know, we had an extensive public hearing where we stayed for every comment that people wish to make. Last month, on Tuesday, we will take up adoption of an Arlington County trust policy, and appreciate your coming in. Without further comment, we are going to move on to our consent agenda. Ms. Jacobs, have any item been pulled from our consent agenda?
There have been no items pulled from the consent
Okay,
agenda.
then I am going to look for a motion to adopt the consent agenda.
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Garvey, is there a second? Okay, any comments on the consent agenda? Seeing none, I think we are ready for a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, seeing none, that moves unanimously. I'm going to take just a moment to talk about a couple of those items we just passed because they are on consent because they are non-controversial, not because they are unimportant. And so we want to take the opportunity to highlight a couple of those actions, and I believe we've got a few slides to accompany them. One that we are particularly excited about is an ordinance to establish a user fee for charging electric vehicles at county government-owned charging stations. That will be effective today. It'll set a rate of 14.5 cents per kilowatt hour. And that allows us to recover the cost of electricity and administrative overhead. There are 7 charging stations around the county, and having this kind of structure is going to allow us to move forward with, we hope, more of them. This is really important. We are, of course, developing a more comprehensive strategy about decarbonizing transportation. That is true for county fleet vehicles. It is true for private vehicles, Arlington Public Schools vehicles, and this is a really important step. So if you partake of the charging infrastructure at Longbridge Aquatic Center or others, you will see this rate go into effect today, and we are looking forward to this being one of many ongoing steps as part of our community energy plan and our carbon neutrality by 2050 goal. We also allocated $215,000 in direct... Okay, folks, you are disrupting our meeting at this point, and we are going to ask you to leave. Time to go. Okay, moving on to talk about the Arlington Commission for the Arts grants in Arlington. We really appreciate the work of the Arlington Commission on the Arts. If I could bother our clerk to move the slides just one forward. Thank you. We are really excited about this. The Arlington Commission for the Arts in particular has been focused under the leadership of Chairman Anika Quinana on infusing the concept of equity in arts and who makes art in Arlington County. And since the adoption of their equity statement, this past year applicants were asked to include and address additional questions about prioritizing equity and inclusion within the scope of their work. So out of 24 applicants, 18 from nonprofit groups and 6 from individual artist groups, 9 supported uniquely prioritized equity inclusion within the scope of their work. So we are really excited about that, continue to elevate that as a model, I think, for work across our commissions, and are really excited to see about all of the ways that these contributions of these funded artists will enrich the cultural life of Arlington. Finally, and to Ms. Sakura's point, we authorized advertisements for public hearings to include amendments to the Columbia Pike Special Revitalization District, specifically allowing micro-fulfillment centers. So those are, of course, the last mile grocery delivery and all of the new ways in which commerce is being conducted in our county and, of course, nationwide. There was significant public engagement by county staff. We heard from a lot of the neighborhoods surrounding Columbia Pike about these different types of uses, and we really appreciate their engagement. Ultimately, this is about sort of the first step of or a model of providing a quicker process for the establishment of commercial uses that are not clearly defined within the zoning ordinance, because they were not conceived of this in the zoning ordinance at the time it was created. So this item is actually the very first application to utilize that brand new process about considering zoning strategies for uses. So just to highlight that special process, that more nimble process meant streamlined engagement, a broadly scoped RTA, that's what we just voted on, a descriptive summary of the proposed amendments in the advertisement, and then we'll take up that amendment itself. We are, again, just seeing really dramatic shifts and changes in conventional activities and what counts as conventional activities in commercial spaces, as we try to make sure that Arlington has a healthy commercial and retail market and office market, as well as Arlingtonians having access to the services that are really important to them. We think this kind of dynamic approach to zoning ordinance amendments is only going to get more important. So there are many other items, of course, on the consent agenda. We encourage those who might be interested to take a look, and we thank our staff for their contributions to bring that forward. So we are ready, I believe, to move forward to our regular item. Madam Clerk, could you call the first, please?
First regular agenda item is item number 37. It's a use permit amendment for a below-grade parking structure with a lighted synthetic turf field above, located at 1601 Wilson Boulevard.
Thank you so much. And Mr. Manager, I'll turn it to you to introduce the staff.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. Aaron Schreiber is joining us and in person, and Rob Gibson and Jeremy Smith are available virtually, so I'll turn it over to Mr. Schreiber for the presentation.
Good morning, Mr. Schreiber.
Good morning, members of the board. For the record, I'm Aaron Schreiber with the Planning Division, and thank you for having me today. What I'm here to present on, and I would add, there we go. I do have a short presentation for this item. This is a use permit amendment for the Heights building, which is formerly known as the Wilson School. This effectively is phase 2 of the project. Just for contextual awareness, here's the site location. It is located in Rosland along Wilson Boulevard, and it's bounded by North Quinn Street to the west and 18th Street to the north. This is part of the larger West Rosland area plan. And here we have highlighted phase 1, which is the the Heights building. That is now fully operational. It does contain the HB Woodlawn program as well as the Shriver program. Phase 2, which is highlighted here in green, currently is an open field. It is the former site of the temporary fire station, and it is this phase 2 area that is the subject of this use permit amendment. On the right, we have a couple images just showing you what the current conditions look like. Just from a background perspective, the zoning, it is zoned S3A, which is a special district where schools are use permitted by way of use permit approval. And on the right, you can see the general land use plan designation for the site, which is public. It's also, again, it's located within the West Rosland Coordinated Redevelopment District. As I mentioned earlier, the property is a component of the West Rosland Area Plan, which was adopted by the board in 2017. And it included a number of elements, which were 2 residential buildings, shown here as the east and west buildings. Those are the 2 structures that were constructed by Penzance. They do include a fire station in the ground floor, as well as a reconstructed Rosland Highlands Park. You have the Queens Court apartment project on the north side of 18th Street, which also includes a small portion of Rosland Highlands Park. And then there's the APS site, which does now include the Heights building. All of these elements actually have been constructed and are operational, with the exception of this phase 2 for the APS property, which we're discussing today. When the use permit for the APS Wilson School, again now the Heights building, was approved by the board in 2017, it did include the 5-story school. It's about 180,000 square feet. It has a 775 student design capacity. Again, it does include the HB Woodlawn and the Shriver program, which is accommodates students with special needs. And then also there are 100 parking spaces located off-site. So when this use permit was approved in 2017, the board effectively approved a modification to allow 0 parking spaces on the APS property. And the board actually took an action with the approval to not support construction of a garage with a field in this phase 2 area. The reason being, the purpose of that deferral was to allow for the school to open and for data to be collected about how much parking actually was needed by APS in addition to those 100 spaces that were being provided in the adjacent building. Here are some images from the 2017 approval of the building in the top left, very similar to what it looks like today. You can see portions of the building behind Rosland Highlands Park. And then the bottom images show what APS was depicting at the time for the parking structure as well as the field above. At this point in 2017, APS did propose the field elevation at 175 feet. And it did have the canted portion as it moved to the west to accommodate a covered walkway for students getting into the G1 level of the building. But what's important to note here is that even in 2017 at 175 feet, the garage was going to be above grade. So there was always proposed to be some element above the finished elevation of the sidewalk. What we're here to talk about today is the phase 2 proposal, which is the implementation of the parking structure as well as the lighted synthetic field on top of the parking structure. APS has actually reduced the number of parking spaces from what was originally proposed in 2017. At this stage, they're proposing a 61-space garage that would accommodate a number of functions from a parking perspective, including staff parking spaces, some visitor parking spaces, additional ADA compatible spaces, both standard vehicles as well as vans. Does accommodate some APS maintenance vehicle parking as well as some additional loading. It also provides covered bike storage for both staff and students, provides an improved access point to the Shriver program, which will be here at the corner of 18th and Quinn. Does have the synthetic turf field above, and at this stage, they're proposing it at an elevation of 180 feet above grade. In May of 2022, after a public review process, the county board did defer this use permit amendment, and the staff recommendation was for a deferral, and it highlighted 4 specific areas for additional focus between the applicant and staff, and 3 of those pertain to 18th Street. Those related to the width of 18th Street, the streetscape component on the north side of 18th Street, as well as operations of the street during periods of closure for pickup and drop-off activities, as well as the field elevation. I just want to go through each one of those and show you how the project has evolved since you last heard this in May. Here, we're starting with the 18th Street North. APS has agreed with the staff recommendation to retain the on-street parking lane on the north side of 18th Street. This was important from a staff perspective to ensure full functionality of this street and to provide the street as recommended by the West Rosland Area Plan. What that does is it will allow APS to use that parking lane for pickup drop-off procedures during scheduled times, but in those additional hours, it provides a parking resource for the community. From a streetscape perspective, the initial design, it had a bifurcated streetscape element that effectively was almost 23 feet in width. However, it did have street trees and lights in the middle of that streetscape, so it was broken into two elements with a 7-foot 8-inch clear zone at the back of sidewalk. Then you would have the street trees, and then there was a 10-foot clear sidewalk adjacent to the face of the garage. With the retention of the on-road or on-street parking lane, that streetscape has been narrowed to about 15 feet. But what that does is it allows for a 10-foot clear sidewalk at the back of sidewalk, which is shown here in the middle image. And just to highlight, this is consistent with the West Rosland area plan recommendation from a streetscape perspective. And then from an operational standpoint, the APS has agreed to a staff proposed condition, which is condition number 67, which will govern the operations of 18th Street during the pickup and drop off. Here you can see how the buses will queue in both travel lanes, where the street will be blocked off at the west and the east ends, which will also allow for utilization of the parking garage without disrupting the movement of students from buses into the school. And then the field elevation at 180 feet. After further conversations with APS and after their demonstrated need to accommodate students being able to access the field directly from the school without having to engage vertical movements, be those stairs, ramps, other vertical movements, and not having to leave the school building itself, we understand and appreciate the need to have the field at this elevation, because 180 feet is the elevation of where those doorways are on the north face of the building, which you can see here in this image by these 3 white arrows. So what we did was we worked with APS to try and find ways to soften the appearance of this above grade element. So we worked with APS to provide additional street trees as highlighted here, to improve the visible porosity of the entrance for the Shriver students, as you can see here. To provide what was an APS proposal to put some banners on the fencing to help mask or to mask some of those features, but also to help celebrate the school. I also worked with them on changes to the color of the fence so that the black nature of the metal wire mesh is a little bit more transparent. Here we have some more street trees along 18th Street, as well as on the eastern side adjacent to Rosland Highlands Park. But what you also see in this image is there are a number of ways that the public will be able to access this field when it's not being used by the school. You have a stair over here. You have a stair element connecting to Rosland Highlands Park, as well as a ramp feature. And then there's an additional ramp over here at the southern end of the park, which is adjacent to the school. This is kind of where DPR maintenance vehicles will be able to access the field. From a community engagement perspective, this use permit amendment was heard by the Public Facility Review Committee in April, then the Park and Rec Commission later that month. Ultimately, the Transportation Commission heard this and they recommended deferral. And the Planning Commission heard this on May 2nd. They also recommended deferral, and then the county board acted on the county manager's recommendation for deferral in May. Since that time, the Transportation Commission heard this again on June 30th, or they heard the revised proposal. The recommendation was for approval. The Planning Commission heard this on July 7th, and they recommended denial of the application. And I know that Commissioner Ware is here, and he can speak more to the Commission's recommendation. And then ultimately, here we are today at the board hearing. Ultimately, the county manager's recommendation is to approve the use permit as proposed, along with modifications for a parking reduction, as well as setbacks to allow for the structure as shown in the use permit plan. I'm happy to answer any questions following the applicant's presentation, the Planning Commission presentation, and any public speakers. Thank you.
Mr. Schreiber, thank you so much. We appreciate that. I know our applicant today is the Arlington Public Schools. Mr. Chambers, Mr. Bergen, I'll look to you if you have a presentation or comments for us.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do have a presentation. Had a little bit of technical glitch this morning, but we're working through it. So
No problem.
Hopefully the presentation will be up momentarily. You can go ahead and start. Okay. Madam Chair and members of the board, I thank you for the opportunity to present this important project. which will provide many benefits to the APS students and staff at the Heights site. My name is Jeff Chambers. I'm Director of Design and Construction with Arlington Public Schools, and I'm joined by my colleague Ben Bergen, who's the Assistant Director of Design and Construction. Are we up and running it? Next, okay. Since the school opening in September of 2019, much of the site has functioned using temporary conditions, primarily around building access, exterior physical education spaces. And we've learned a great deal in the process about how it works and some of the issues and concerns that we have with the facility. This project, referred to as Phase 2, will complete the development of the site with scope originally intended to be on site, but was delayed to accommodate the temporary Arlington County Fire Station. The process for determining the scope for Phase 2 included exploration of several alternatives aimed at solving the observable shortcomings and afforded by the temporary conditions. And the APS superintendent and school board settled on the scope presented today, and including the project in the FY 2022 to 24 Capital Improvement Plan, our CIP. And the project was recently reaffirmed with inclusion in the FY 2023-32 CIP adopted by the school board in June. At its core, this project is about improving universal access to the building, field, and throughout the site, with the emphasis on providing inclusive and welcoming environment for the students with any abilities. This is particularly important at this site because many of the students have disabilities with significant support needs. So very critical to our program. The project also provides the required exterior physical education space that will be also used by the school's only team for ultimate Frisbee practice. It is not large enough for competition in ultimate Frisbee. And it provides the added benefit of a turf field for community use after school hours, as was intended in the 2017 presentation. Finally, the project includes enhanced bicycle facilities and completes the required stormwater management infrastructure for the campus that has been put on hold with the temporary condition. Mr. Schreiber's presentation provided a comprehensive overview of the project elements, including revisions APS completed following the May County Board action to defer. The focus of APS presentation will be going into greater detail regarding the proposed field elevation. In the years since the 2017 original proposal, APS's commitment to universal design principles has broadened in respect to lessons learned from the completed capital projects, multiple completed capital projects, and an increased community sentiment on furthering inclusivity. This, in combination with a more conservative APS posture to security, provides the two primary reasons why the APS 2022 proposal modified the height of the field, for the inclusivity and the security. The 2017 proposal aligned the field elevation with the midpoint of the adjacent Rosland Highlands Park, but inevitably would have created barriers to accessing the field from the Heights building, as learned by utilizing the grass field for the years since the school has opened, which is very close to that elevation. The 2017 proposal also did not fully resolve required means of egress from the field, and two of those egresses are required to be accessible. If you noted, the previous presentation had one accessible egress, which was for student and the public. The current proposal includes the higher field elevation, and one aligns with the Heights building level 1, which provides unrestricted access to and from the building, as well as providing two accessible connections to and from the Rosland Highland Park. The site is not flat, and leaving the natural slope of the site to influence the physical access and visibility to the field along all 4 frontages. The slope is greatest along Rosland Highlands Park and North Quinn Street, frontages each exceeding 5 feet of elevation change along the short sides of the field. APS believes that eliminating barriers to accessing the field to and from the building is vital to the inclusive nature of education, which is why the proposal prioritizes alignment of the building and the field. This provides 0 barriers from all major building entrances and exits that face the field across an extensive distance. The 2 accessible connections to and from Rosland Highland Park at the midpoint and adjacent to the building are also provided. And then we have also added stair access to and from 18th Street North and North Quinn Street, which are additions to the project since the 2017 proposal. So we've increased the accessibility to the field. The proposal also means that the field access from the building occurs within a fenced perimeter that can be secured during the school day, and providing the largest possible synthetic turf field for school and community use. The fencing also keeps balls and frisbees from going out into the street and into the park. Again, I want to say thank you for the opportunity to discuss this important final step to the Heights building site development. And we have some renderings that are on the screen right now that show the images, which I think Aaron did go through. And Ben and I are available to respond to any questions the county board members may have.
Thank you, Mr. Chambers. We appreciate that. And please do stay close. And I think these renderings in particular may be helpful as we start to get into some of the conversations. Before we do that, we'll have both public comment, but first, advisory groups, I know represented by the chair of the Planning Commission today, Mr. Ware. As Mr. Ware takes his seat, Madam Clerk, that is the only commission that we have speaking today. Is that right?
Yes, that's
Okay,
correct.
excellent. We did hear in writing from the Transportation Commission as well. But Commissioner Weir, welcome. We know you too have had a busy month on the Planning Commission, and we appreciate your insights on this item and others.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, members of the County Board. For the record, my name is Daniel Weir, and I am here on behalf of the County Planning Commission. Before I start, I need to say something about this commission. The commission comprises myself and 3 past chairs of the commission. Its members, between us, probably a century of collected experience in civic associations, probably a century of collected experience in county commissions and working groups. Its members are nonprofit attorneys, professional planners with PhDs in the field, architects, and policy professionals, and are fiercely concerned about issues like equity, improving the ability of the Planning Commission to break from the historic exclusionary function of planning commissions as an institution, generally to one that is a partner and helper in the vision of the county's elected leadership, you. I don't mean that, I mean that affirmatively. Apologies for my tone. Your vision for a more equitable and well-planned county. When I became chair, the 11 other members of the commission constituted the best planning commission that there has been in Arlington, and I will happily say in Virginia. So congratulations, thank you. It has been a privilege and an honor to serve the county in this role and to serve my peers when they elected me chair. And I say this because I ask that you understand that the commission's recommendation is not only unprecedented, but also reflects a superlatively thoughtful and informed consideration by a superlatively thoughtful and informed commission. I have asked the 3 former chair members, none of which can remember a time where the commission has recommended denial in our living memories as members of the commission, and especially not where the commission has unanimously recommended denial. As you will note in our letter, the commission finds that the use permit applicant is substantially not in accord with the comprehensive plan and fails to materially conform to the RAP and the Rosland Sector Plan, and unanimously recommends denial, and unanimously finds nonconformance and with various planning documents. We had one public speaker and several letters, including a letter of objection from a former chair of the Planning Commission and chair of the West Rosland Area Plan team, Steve Cole. I'm going to focus the rest of my comments this morning on some context around the Commission's deliberation in this case and some related ones, rather than spend a lot of time on the substance of the recommendation. For reference, our letter, starting at page 3, includes a high-level overview of the areas where the Commission found material departures from planning guidance. The West Rosland Area Plan represents thousands of hours of community effort to envision an integrated plan for our public spaces and community benefits in that area. The plan split Rosland Highlands Park across the western terminus of the envisioned 18th Street and tied the park playground and court together across a small, multi-use playing field that facilitated sightlines and encouraged movement between the two parts of the park. The low elevation of the playing field showcased the architecture and programming of the Heights School for pedestrians on 18th Street and for residents of Queens Court. No amount of street trees or colored banners or other mitigation is going to change the fact that from the perspective of an Arlingtonian on 18th Street, on the ground on 18th Street, the field as proposed severs the north and south halves of what was a united vision for this area. Now, the Commission routinely hears applicants who have identified programmatic preferences that are inconsistent with the adopted plan. And those applicants tell us that the adopted plan requires some change from the plan in order to facilitate the programmatic goals and agendas. An example of this is in Crystal City, where an applicant had asked in developing a second Crystal City metro station entrance to build that entrance around a building that looked conspicuously like shops that could be rented out to tenants, rather than what the plan had called for. The Commission asked, is what you are proposing good for the county? Is the departure that you are proposing good for the community? Or is it simply good for you? Does it help you pencil out the programmatic and financial objectives that you are raising? These kinds of changes are within the realm of consideration to the extent that they help us advance our planning, other planning goals. And the less benefit that they provide, the more limited the changes need to be. The Commission is, of course, concerned about the extent to which other applicants will take note of this action, but generally speaking, applicants are expected to solve problems that they come to in ways that do not externalize the costs of those solutions and take things away from the vision the county has articulated and gone down. As I mentioned in the Commission's letter, the Commission's role is not to say whether an applicant does or does not need parking, whether a particular solution does or does not meet a concern like security. I would have liked to have heard a little bit more about that concern in the process as it came to us before today, or to weigh in on whether this preference or the one from the 2017 use permit application better meets programmatic needs. And programmatic needs include highly laudable things like access for people who are using the facility. The Commission did ask whether or not the parking garage and the covered walkway were one project or whether they could be disaggregated. The Commission's role, in closing, is to advise you on whether the proposal is in accord with our comprehensive plan and planning documents. And so, bearing in mind my initial comments about the Commission and who it comprises, I state that it's with a heavy heart that the Commission finds, for the first time in my memory, that the proposal is not. I am happy to stick around for any questions. I am going to go get my water, but that concludes my remarks.
We certainly respect that. Chairman Ware, thank you very much. We appreciate your comments greatly. Do we have public speakers on this topic? Madam Clerk?
Yes, we do. So our first public speaker is Carmen Romero, followed by John Mingus.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm here on behalf of APA, the owner of Queens Court, which is a near neighbor of of the Heights and the applicant, as well as proudly an original member of the Western Rosland Area Planning Working Group. So kind of wearing both those hats, I was very glad to have been able to listen to the 2.5-hour long Planning Commission meeting on this matter last week. And I can attest to this is a really tough matter where you have the programmatic needs of schools that want to address equity and inclusion issues on their end, but the reality that it's not in keeping with a lot of the planning discussions that happened back in 2017 when we were together. So, knowing that county planning staff and the school staff have worked hard over the last months to try to resolve those conflicts. I'm not here to speak to technical elements of the changes that could be made, were made around the elevation of the field. But to say, as we go forward, if this matter is not settled today, or frankly, as you move forward into construction, I think it's important from a community engagement perspective that we work hard with APS to ensure that community engagement is done with Queens Court. We have 250 households that live there, hundreds of people that are going to be impacted by construction that could give feedback on design changes. And we did not have the opportunity to do that. Of course, we were given proper notice from the county, but I do think a site plan condition to the applicant, and I've been the recipient of such a condition in the past, where really important to put on the applicant a need to be explicit and hold those meetings. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Romero.
Our next and final speaker is John Mingus.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. And let me be very clear. I am here not in my role as chair of the Sports Commission, but as an individual in Arlington. This actually didn't pop onto my radar till yesterday when I got back from vacation. So that's why there's no official Sports Commission take on this. I'm actually going to speak in favor of this proposal. One of the things that the Sports Commission and I as a user think about all the time is, given the limited footprint we have in Arlington, how do we find creative uses to find and create more field space? And to me, this parking deck solution meets that goal. It is a new space on top of a parking deck, on top of an existing structure. And so I would be very strongly in favor of this proposal. And I think it would be great, strongly benefit the field users of Arlington. And with that, I will finish up. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mingus. We appreciate that. I believe that is our final public speaker. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, great. The conversation is now with the board. I think, why don't we just take a moment for some discussion, and then I'm going to look for a motion. I think, rather obviously, our issues fall into two areas. They are both the circulation and issues on 18th Street, which I know our staff and the APS planning staff have used the past couple of months to resolve. And then there are the issues regarding the elevation of the field. So it may be easiest to begin with the 18th Street piece. So let me open the floor for questions on that. As my colleagues are organizing their thoughts, I might ask Mr. Schreiber, if you wouldn't mind walking us through one more time the cross section. One of the things I'm really trying to understand is the sidewalk width on 18th Street. We had heard from the Special Education Parent Teacher Association concerns about those sidewalk widths. And I know you talked about kind of the 10-foot wide minimum clear zone adjacent to the curb. I'm trying to understand kind of how that maps against what I believe were 10-foot sidewalks called for in the original RAPS plan. So help us understand, like, specifically the experience of walking down that sidewalk, how wide it will feel, and how that has evolved.
Thank you for that. Excuse me. Thank you for that question. And I also have my colleague from the Department of Environmental Services, Rob Gibson, online, who can also help answer any specific questions or provide some more detail here. But I did want to show you this slide. On the right, it does show the streetscape section or the sidewalk section for 18th Street. This would be the north side. I'm highlighting it here. And it shows the parking lane. It does show then a street lights at the back of curb, and then a 10-foot wide sidewalk, and then the optional planting on the south side of that, so adjacent to the building or structure. The initial design, which is on the far left, which is what was initially proposed, it was at 22 feet 8 inches, and the way that APS got to that dimension was by taking away the parking lane on the south side of 18th Street. So that's what gave them the wider area. And what that included was a clear zone of 7 feet 8 inches at the back of the curb, then a 5-foot wide planting area that would also include streetlights, then a 10-foot wide or clear sidewalk width adjacent to the face of the building. The challenges that staff had with that were twofold. One, that it removed the parking lane, which also we feel is really important to the functionality of the street outside of school hours. It does provide an additional parking resource, but also bifurcated the sidewalk into two pieces. So it would somewhat, even though you would have, and I can go back to this image here, even though you would have breaks, as I'm highlighting here, in between the street trees, or not here because you have lights, but in areas like this where you could get from the 7-foot 8-inch area over to the 10-foot wide area, it still was creating some barriers. And so what we proposed, and we worked with APS on, is the image at the top of this screen, which is indicated by the green box, does retain that on-road bike lane, which will be used by APS for the staging of buses during pickup and drop-off. It then has the 10-foot wide area, and then it has street trees at the face of the garage in a raised planter area in order to help soften that, can provide some seating for students who can utilize that while waiting for a bus. But it does allow for the clear passage directly into the school. And so that was the recommendation. That's what APS has proposed. But I would also defer to APS to speak about it from a functionality perspective and why they settled on this.
Yes, good morning again. I think that even prior to the 2017 submission, we were having lots of debate with regard to how would this work. I don't know if anybody has ever been there when students, get on and off the bus from the Schreiber program, but they're loaded and unloaded from the side. The other issue with our buses is they have big mirrors that stick out of the side, and we're always losing mirrors on trees. So one of the things where we have a pickup and drop off, we try to avoid that. And I think what we've accomplished with the revised design is we literally have a 10-foot clear sidewalk. There probably will be some signposts that have to be there to regulate the parking. But we may even look at that, and maybe that can go back into the planner. But I think that we had a very collaborative conversation with the county. I think even in our initial design, you have 7-foot 8 clear, and then you have a 10-foot clear walkway behind that. If one of the reasons we proposed the 7-foot 8 or using the parking lane as sidewalk was because we wanted to keep the trees. We wanted to make sure that happened. And I think the compromise is we're going to use columnar trees. They're going to be in a planter adjacent to the building, which helps soften that facade as well, and at the same time provides functionality for the students. And it'll be a management issue with regard to, I think some of the users would love to have all of the HB students standing and waiting for late buses on the sidewalk, but they can also with some of the changes we made with regard to, for instance, the steps that go down to 18th Street that widen at the bottom. There's no reason HB students can't wait on the field. When their late bus arrives, they can go out the end of the field and head out that way. So it's just a change in how they use it and a change in management. But I think we've come up with probably the best solution that's similar to the RAPS program. Or what was asked for as part of that, and also is functional with regard to it's not going to knock the mirrors off the buses. We can load and unload and still have 5-foot clear sidewalk. Right now, we're fighting with a 7-foot wide sidewalk, and it's really not enough space. Yeah. So I think we've come to what is the best compromise we could come to that does also serve the needs.
That is incredibly helpful. So I think I had been struggling to understand, were we losing some of the clear width on the sidewalk? The answer is sort of not really. It's just that you're losing the almost duplication of the same amount of clear width on the other side of So that's really helpful, obviously, in all cases, but particularly with the population served by the Shriver School, we care a lot about mobility devices being able to move through. And so knowing that the 10-foot clear width is maintained and how, I find really helpful. So I appreciate that. Mr. Carantonis and Mr. DeFranti?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just as a comment of that, yes, we gained this apron of 10 feet. That's true. The trees that will be adjacent won't be able to provide all the shade that we want, but I believe it's more practical. But to that, so today, can you explain the difference between how students and staff are entering the building today and what the proposal achieves? What is the proposal going to change exactly?
Right now, when the Shriver students arrive at the building, they get off the buses, they all have aides that take them into the building. And what they're currently doing is they're going up towards Rosland Highland Park. There's a temporary covered walkway because these students are very vulnerable, don't move very quickly, even in their mobility devices. And they're taken under the covered walkway and up into the building onto the level 1. The Shriver program is on level 1 as well as G1, which is the floor below that. And that's how the Shriver students come. They start arriving before the HB students arrive. And arrival's not usually the most critical issue. The departure is when things get really crowded because, again, you have the aides taking the Shriver students down the ramp. And it's actually the same doors that currently the HB students, HB Woodlawn students, are exiting and leaving the building as well. So everything is happening at that end. With the change, what we anticipate happening is the majority of the Shriver students will go towards Quinn Street, and the majority of HB students will come and go towards Rosland Highland Park and into that end of the building. So we will actually end up changing the flow of students so that they're not all going to the same place. So I think that's going to help as well. We still see the loading and unloading and the 10-foot wide sidewalk during arrival probably will not be a huge issue. I mean, you can go out there now and watch how that happens, and it's a bus comes, maybe 2 are there at the same time, maybe 3, but it's usually not more than that because they arrive, the students depart the buses and they go into the building or in towards the park, shoot some basketball or something if they're early. So I think when the project is done, I think we're going to have a lot less congestion on the sidewalk. And as I said, the Shriver students will head towards Quinn Street under a covered walkway that's permanent rather than temporary and more welcoming that take them down to the G1 level. And the HB students, as they arrive, will go into the upper level of the building. And I think as far as departure goes, right now it's a mass exodus of the building across the field, which that will end up being more controlled because of the way the field is raised and the fact that you can't just run off the edge, which what the HB students do currently. So it would be more measured, and I think it will actually work very well.
But isn't that so that universal design principles, what we want to achieve is that all students can use all egresses, all exits and entrances, and and we progress towards a realm of where the student body is not separated functionally, but actually unified functionally. Is the new proposal actually serving that, or will it create a permanent, functional separation of the two flows?
No, actually, everybody, we would anticipate all access to the field to be coming out of level 1. And it's just a level playing field. It's everybody comes through the doors and you're on the field. So I think that is one of the reasons that we had looked at that. I think with the original design, you came out to a sidewalk and then you went towards Rosland Highland Park, and then there was a ramp that took you into the park. And if you were ambulatory, you could just go bound down the steps and you'd be on the field. If you were not ambulatory, you would have to go into the park and into the end of the field separating the students from their peers if they were, the abled and disabled students. And I think with the new design, everybody is coming in and out on equal access to the field. And as far as the current condition, it's very difficult to get a Schreiber student onto the field because there is no accessible route.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. DeFerti?
My question is, I guess, somewhat prompted by our public speaker with respect to renter inclusion, but it is with respect to the field itself. And I actually was looking through the staff report. I don't know the answer to the question as to whether I don't know what the right slide is, but one of the slides shows the stairs coming up down 18th Street, sort of closer to the park. And I guess the question is, as a reminder, is the field anticipated to be open for use in non-school hours in this case? And I think we have policies on this as a whole, so I don't know whether that's a Mr. Schreiber question, or whether DES might be the entity to help. I didn't quite see it, but this bubble right here, sort of the bubble, and then that door, it appears to the fence. Will people be able to go up those steps and use the field on when school is not in session? And I don't know whether that's
I can answer.
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, I think that we have an MOA with regard to the fact that the field is accessible to the community after hours. One of the, of course, we have the fence to keep the balls and frisbees within there. During the school day, we're looking at electronic lock. Can be locked because we do have some mixing issues at some of our other facilities during the school day, and we're responsible for the security of our students during the school day and once they're in our care, and that's one of the benefits of the field the way it is, and we are looking forward to that. But yes, the intent is that they would all unlock at after school hours. The lighted field is can be used by the community. And the intent would be that there are issues with people like on the old loading dock overnight, et cetera. We would want to probably maybe lock it later at night, kind of like we do our garages, like we do at Fleet. We lock that at night and then reopen it in the morning. We would probably do the same with the field just because of, keeping people from sleeping there.
Got it. Now you've reminded me that at some of the high schools, there's always a fine negotiation to make sure that it's available. Great, that helps. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Garvey?
Yeah, I had a question, I think, for our staff, just on Ms. Romero's comments about the lack of contact. I think in condition, we usually require there to be some communication, at least during the construction and afterwards. I mean, that's kind of a typical thing we do. Is that not in here?
If you give me a moment, I will consult the conditions to see explicitly what it states. That condition coordination meeting is usually it's a pre-construction type of meeting and then providing points of contact. I think Ms. Romero's concern was just the desire to be engaged in future planning efforts. So we did reach out to APA. Did not reach out to Ms. Romero personally, but we did reach out to an APA contact. Unfortunately, that did get filtered to their spam folder. So our outreach efforts to APA as the management company for the Queens Court was not received. So we have coordinated with Ms. Romero, and for future efforts, we will coordinate directly with her. So she will unfortunately get flooded with our points of contact, but I believe that was what the miscommunication was in this situation.
Thank you. That explains a lot. And I'm not going to think that we need to put in a condition. I think maybe just encourage APS, and I see head nods to make sure that they're good neighbors and that you realize those folks are over there and reach out to them some. Is that going to work, Mr. Chambers? You think that they can do that? Maybe that's for the principal. I mean, it's just a typical thing that I think we ought to be doing.
Yeah, I think there has been communication between the principal and APA. I think that the HB Woodlawn students seem to love to hang out at the primary play area on the other side of the street. I think there's been quite a few conversations, and I think it will be ongoing. And I know during the early phases of the project, you know, we had lots of conversations between the Penzance folks, the APA, and ourselves as we went through. So, you know, maybe something fell through the cracks as this particular project went forward, but communication has always been our goal.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. That's sort of what I wanted to hear and was expecting, and thank you for the explanation about.
And I'll just add on to that comment. Mr. Schreiber, I believe condition 13 does identify our obligation about community outreach during construction. In typical fashion, APS we are currently maintaining a project website where these presentations are posted, and as in typical fashion, we'll release community updates during the construction period as well.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dorsey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Question really about the operations plan for the field for community use. Given that the field will be level with providing easy access to entrances to the building, and you know, potentially there could be trash and other sort of things left on the field from the period where community use ends and student use begins in the morning. Just have you thought about how you're going to monitor that from a security and a cleanup perspective?
Yeah. Yes, I think that's also in the MOA, and who's cleaning up after uses, et cetera. So yes, we have thought of that. I think it's also, as I said, I believe it's in the MOA and how it's supposed to operate. But yes, we have custodians. I'm sure the first thing in the morning they would be going out and checking the field, just as they do the grass field currently, which gets used with open access.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Carantonis, follow up on that?
Yes, it's relevant to that. One of the issues with the lack of engagement of the immediate neighbors in Queens Court is the whole concept of the Rosland Highlands Park. So this is a park that is kind of divided in different pieces now. So one, the playground is in Queens Court. Across the street now we have the basketball court, and we eventually will get the field now. So with the elevated design, there is a difference in elevation. There are a lot of stairs, etc. This design doesn't really say, doesn't say, this is a public field, come in, please. So it's not an inviting situation. We have to do an extra effort to make it inviting, to make clear to everybody, not only to the neighbors, but to everybody who just walks by, that this is a public space that they can use. So how are we going to do that?
Yeah, I think that I think some conversation has taken place with regard to signage and parks putting their typical signage. And, again, we mentioned with regard to the slope. Adjacent to the building, the field is 2 feet, with the current design, is 2 feet above Rosland Highland Park. And Rosland Highland Park is also not flat. It goes up and down. In the middle of the field where the second ramp goes in with the stairs, it's 5 feet above Rosland Highland Park and is very visible from the park and inviting and welcoming, in our opinion. Everybody has their own opinion. When you get to the corner, it's about 7 feet, I believe, above the plane, because the field actually does slope from the 180 elevation about 1.5 feet for drainage towards 18th Street. So, it is visible, again, from the middle of the park. And we felt when we were designing it that it was welcoming and it would be open, from Rosland Highland Park. Granted, and, it would have been for the community, if it had been in the middle as it was designed before, it would have been very accessible. But I don't know that it would have been more visible. You still would have had the fence. You still would have had the gates and the doors that would be in there. And again, there was only one accessible entrance onto the field versus two. We also, at that time, did not have the stair entrances from Quinn Street and from 18th Street directly up to the field. So, I agree that really the only change that we've made was raise the field. from where it was in the original proposal.
And is the rather complicated design of all these stairs and ramps it's the best answer that we can give? It's not an option to design something that is more gradual, that kind of connects the two levels if they have to be two levels?
Yeah, we've looked at multiple options and ways of making this work. Essentially, what we've been able to do with this design is keep the field size the same as it was in the original proposal. To get the accessibility and the security that we would need, the field would have to get smaller, which wouldn't work for our physical education because we need as much space as we can get for getting those kids outside, because essentially you basically have to reduce the classes that you have outside if you have less field space. So. We felt that this was the best solution to give the community and the school the largest field possible and to provide the best accessibility to the field for everybody. And we just felt that that was the right direction to go.
Yeah. I appreciate the needs and I understand the trade-offs. In the case of physical education, this is a field that's not standard for any significant sport. And so we have some wiggle rooms with the specs there, and PE standards are, as I understand them, site-specific. They are not universal. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I think if we could bring up that picture with the elevation of the field one more time, I would find that helpful. And then we can, the one that I think Mr. DeFerranti indicated, or the final slide of school's presentations, either would be helpful. I guess I want to just really drill into what I think is the chief motivator of the Planning Commission's objections, and Chairman Weir can correct me if I'm mischaracterizing this, which is, essentially the distance between, or the bifurcation of 18th Street. If we can get the image up, it seems like a really difficult design problem to solve, that either there will be zero barriers from school to field, or there will be, a closer to grade interaction between the field and the public realm on the street. I wonder, I know, Mr. Schreiber, that our staff thought pretty hard about this to see if there were any ways that field could be brought closer to grade or otherwise better integrated with the public realm. Can you just shed a little insight for us on why that isn't possible? Or what would frankly need to be done if we were to hope to both retain the zero barrier entry from school to field and bring it closer to the public realm?
Sure. So we did evaluate a number of proposals, and I think this is a good slide to illustrate what the result was. And I would direct your attention primarily to the image in the lower left, and so that you can see where there are those movements. So this slide is showing you actually have three points of access, or three public points of access to the field in this case. So you have the stair, which goes down to 18th Street. You have a stair and a ramping system on the east side adjacent to Rosland Highlands Park, and then there is also the ramp. You also have a ramp, which is also will help facilitate the DPR maintenance vehicles to get into the facility. But so what we looked at is various ways to lower that elevation with a parking garage. And I would ask Mr. Bergen if you could go to the previous slide that shows the elevations. Thank you. I think this is a really important element to recognize, that, as was mentioned, it is not a flat site. If you go to the Heights building today and you look at it from 18th Street, what you'll notice is there is a large slope that goes from the north face of the building down to the playing surface, which is where the temporary fire station used to be. And so, as Mr. Chambers referenced today, there is not an accessible route from the school on the north side into that playable area. You have to leave the school, and you have to, because the covered walkway is effectively at the eastern end going out to 18th Street, you have to go around that to 18th Street to come in. I would assume that disrupts some usability of it because it's a circuitous route, but we always recognize the temporary nature of this. But what's so important here is you'll see that the site is sloping 3 feet as you're moving from east to west along 18th Street. And then you're also dropping 5 feet as you're going from the north face of the building down to 18th Street. So you already have those topographical issues. As you can see in the existing Rosland Highlands Park, as was mentioned by Mr. Chambers, there are different elevations of the various park features. The basketball court is lower than some of the areas around it. You have some ramps and stairs that take you to that. So because of that, the idea was that we looked at was, in the most simple terms, you just drop the elevation of the garage, so you excavate more, right? And so you put that garage structure completely below grade, and then you have the field at grade. Well, again, recognizing these elevational changes, you're still going to have some raised elements. You're going to have to, right? You have to still, make it, flush with the grade. So you're still going to have somewhere in that 3-foot change, especially over on the Quinn Street side. I know the APS considered that, and I think they could probably speak to the various options they presented to their school board. And obviously there was a cost with that. So we looked at that as one option. We looked at another option of, well, what if you had no parking, right? Because that was kind of the board's direction from 2017, was look at how much parking do you need? Because now the elevation at 180 is being somewhat driven by the desire for parking. Again, APS demonstrated to us the desire for more parking in addition to the 100 spaces that we were able to negotiate that's being provided as part of the ground lease with Penzance, now Cortland, as a successor to that project. They did present the need. Right now, I believe that APS is leasing around 30 or so spaces in other garages in the area. So the desire was to try and have as much parking on site, or at least on this block, as possible. That number of spaces was reduced. So once recognizing there was a need for parking, looking at the costs, I think there were also some concerns about where the underground stormwater vault was and how deep they could push this below grade in order to help with the functionality. Those were all explored. We also looked at an option of no garage, but still there is a need in order to get the Shriver students that point of covered access from 18th Street into the G1 level. What's important again about this slide, the corner of Quinn Street and 18th Street, that is at an elevation of 169. I believe the entrance to the school at that G1 level, and I'll ask the applicant to correct me if I'm wrong, I believe that's about 165 feet. So you have to have that covered access point. So we even looked at an option of providing just a standalone covered element in order to provide not just a covered walkway, but maybe even some covered areas for bicycle parking. Where that became a challenge was it did not provide the storage needs for APS, both from a maintenance perspective as well as other equipment that they need to maintain the school property. So we went through a series of design issues, and again, getting back to the 165-foot elevation at the G1 level, as well as the 180-foot elevation of the level 1, and recognizing the need or the desire to allow all students to access the field without leaving the property. That's where we ultimately agreed with the desire to provide the greatest access. And that's when we then pivoted to trying to make the points of access from 18th Street and Rosland Highlands Park to be the most accommodating. However, we do recognize, again, if Rosland Highlands Park is at 175 feet, you're still having to get up a few feet in order to enter the park there. So it did go through a series of iterations, and I know that's also what the school board considered. I believe that there are 4 separate options before they came forward with this.
Okay. Thank you very much. All right, unless the applicant and the schools have anything to add, Mr. DeFranti, and then Ms. Garvey, I'll look to you for a motion.
Well, actually, I kind of wanted to see if the applicant, the schools wanted to speak to that. There's a lot of different factors identified by Mr. Schreiber, and I have looked at one point at the 4 different options, but if there's a refresher and a reminder, seems like going excavating would be significantly more expensive. That could be a factor, but perhaps not the only factor. Didn't know if you all could speak to that briefly.
Yeah, I can say that we studied this significantly before we took it to the board for the last CIP. We've continued to review it. We actually had a different architect looking at it when we did the the previous CIP, we had, and then we brought another architect on to do the design. So we've actually looked at this multiple ways and what makes the most sense for the community in our mind as well as for the school community. And that's really what have been looking at since the beginning. We really need to provide the access. A school is not, school staff and or these students are not a typical office building type arrival departure. There are issues and concerns. We did have to put in temporary handicap parking, for instance, onto Quinn Street because there was not significant or sufficient space.
Sure.
But we've had many letters from students who had to take their student into the building that got soaking wet by the time they went down the switchback ramps. That's not a good situation, and they've been very patient. Our Schreiber community has been very patient, knowing about the fire station and working with that. And they really are believe, and the group SEPTA, which you've received a letter from, is very.
Yeah. So if you want to achieve that, I think Mr. Schreiber sort of mentioned excavating further would still have some grade problems and then significant cost. Do I have the two sort of problems with a further alternative correctly assessed?
Yeah, I think the other issue is access. It would have been very difficult to achieve the access to the field. The field probably would have gotten smaller. We probably would have separated the covered walkway because of the height of the access. So it would have been it would be a completely different design, and it would. When we started looking at it, we'd have to push it further and get below the intended elevation of the garage than what was intended. So we'd have tiebacks and foundation connections that we would have to make.
Great. It's certainly possible. You covered this a little bit, but I just want to make sure, because reading the Planning Commission's letter, this kind of was super relevant for me, and I don't want to take too long, but Mr. Weir, just because I want to do justice to your comments in the letter, do you have perspective on the two comments with respect to this that just happened, the sort of cost and design, and keeping in mind that not all alternatives are always possible, but do you have context that you can share?
Yeah, a little bit. Thank you for asking. Mr. Schreiber, could you put the slide, the top, actually the 4 images slide, if you would, the one. Oh, thank you, sorry.
Coming right up.
The first slide that Mr. Schreiber pointed to, where he referred to the image in the lower left. I might actually ask you to put up both slides to go through both of them. Mr. DeFerranti, the answer is that nearly all of these things were discussed at the meeting. I mentioned in my opening remarks that there are architects on the commission. Commissioner Leo Sarli, who is an architect, spent some minutes, which I mean that euphemistically, but in a respectful way, asking if we can look at that lower left slide. There's that sort of, technically it's called a pentagon, but it's an isosceles pentagon, I guess, just to the. It's like an arrow pointing to the lower left of the corner of the slide itself. Commissioner Sarli was very interested in the fact that the applicant already has to move people from high ground to low ground across that pentagonal area. And if they already have to move people from the 180-foot elevation of the school to the 160-some-foot elevation of the street, then why is the applicant not looking more intently at that area? Or why are we not asking the applicant to look into more intently at that area in the interest of preserving the previously discussed aspects of the West Rosland area plan? I was alluding to questions like this in my comments about applicants coming to the problem, right? So that was discussed. The other thing, that to reiterate a little bit, as far as whether or not the visibility between the places is preserved through the fencing, right there, the relevant slide is the one in the upper right. which I think shows is the closest rendering we have to the perspective that a pedestrian on 18th Street coming in or going to Queens Court or coming or going from the playground or just walking along the western end of the 18th Street corridor as envisioned in the Rosland sector plan. And this isn't the Rosland sector plan, but it is specifically mentioned there, the Quinn Street terminus. The view that they would have of the school. Then, you know, the only other thing that I will add in response to your question, Mr. DiFerranti, and this is something that I omitted from my remarks, is that the Commission's recommendation included on the topic of this various, the 4 different options that Mr. Schreiber was talking about. The Commission's recommendations do include directing staff to pursue an option that would only result in the construction of the covered walkway and not of the underground parking. And so this you know, was, I regret that I didn't include that in my initial comments because that was very much the result of the Commission thinking through how do we get the access needs to and from the school that the applicant is raising, how do we get those addressed without without running into the other issues that we considered. And the Commission's, I think, ultimate conclusion was that the way to, at this point, like the response to the proposal we have was there are alternatives that appear to have been acknowledged but not fully considered. And so the really only way forward consistent with the plans was to make that recommendation about the covered walkway. That's a little bit longer of an answer, Mr. DiFerranti, than you bargained for, but these were all very much part of the same bundle of concerns that the applicant and Mr. Schreiber talked through.
Thank you, Mr. Weir, and thank you, Madam Chair, colleagues, for the time. A thought that just occurred to me as you're describing is that, and that I don't actually think should be pursued, but I will articulate, is that the white space on the ceiling, I wonder if there's an opportunity for a mural on that space at some point, just to seek to provide more, you know, a little better street perspective. But thanks very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Garvey, I'll turn it to you for a motion.
Thank you. I'll just make one comment. If there's any set of students more likely to paint on a ceiling, it's probably the HB students from my memory, so thank you. So I'll go ahead and make a motion if I might, and I will move that we approve the use permit amendment for a below-grade parking structure with a lighted synthetic turf field above with modifications to the Arlington County zoning ordinance requirements for a parking reduction and to allow parking spaces to be located off-site and for setbacks to allow for the location of the parking structure and field as shown in the use permit plan, subject to the conditions of the staff report dated July 11, 2022 and referred to in the supplemental report of July 14, 2022.
Okay, that's been moved and seconded. Do we have any remaining questions for either ourselves?
I might make remarks if that's okay, and they'll kind of be in the nature of, I think, concluding remarks. So, you know, I really appreciate the discussion. It's nice to see our friends from APS here, Mr. Bergen, Mr. Chambers. It's been a while, and also all of the very thoughtful discussion from Mr. Weir on the Planning Commission, setting out really very clearly and intentionally what is your role and what is our role. And I think that's what's at play here a lot. And I really appreciate you doing that because a lot of times groups tend to slide their roles in and out. And I think the more we're kind of clear about what exactly we're meant to be doing and doing that the better it is. So I really appreciate that. I don't know if we need to put up slide number 4, but I'm remembering, I think that's the one that had all the different things on this site and those colleagues who've been with, you know, we've all been together through this really challenging project, everything that got put on this site, you know, residences, fire station, parks, schools. It's really incredible what's been put there. And then, of course, we've seen today kind of a reminder of the challenges of all the slopes. And as Mr. Weir mentioned, you know, we have other things to consider, so do schools, and that's, you know, security program needs and very particular program needs here. So I am very comfortable with the motion I just made. And as I say, appreciate the discussion. I think this is a balance of where the priorities need to be. And I think in this case, the conclusion is that it really needs to be with the security and the programmatic needs and the particular challenges of this site. I think when we began all those years ago, there was some discussion, are we trying to put too much on this site? Possibly. But I think given everything, I think it's really a pretty good job. And the design of the school actually is quite lovely. It's nice to see that in reality, and it'll be good to have this, the whole project finished. And thank you very much.
Thank you.
Those are my remarks.
Mr. DeFranti?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Reading the letter from the Planning Commission, initially, if you are not familiar with the RAPS process, 5 feet may not seem important, but it really came home to me. I thought it was a well-argued letter, and this morning, you referred to both experience and judgment. So often we have either one or the other, but not both, and I do feel that the Planning Commission has both. So it's not an easy decision. I'm also, there's been much discussion recently about precedent, and I hope that this is emphatic, that we can try and avoid this being precedent in most any way. But I feel like there is a role here that I feel responsible to move forward with the design, with this design, and I do really appreciate not only better process with Ms. Romero receiving lots of emails directly, as you said, Mr. Schreiber, but on this project, I really hope that we will make sure that going forward, renters are engaged. Ultimately, it's a difficult decision, but one that I feel we should go forward with, given the need to eventually make a decision. I feel like there's a role for the board in some instances to try and take this sort of a decision and move forward, but I don't do so lightly, and I appreciate very much Mr. Ware and the Planning Commission's thoughts on this. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Karantonis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me preface that by saying that, Mr. Ware, I spent 6 hours through the videos of the Planning Commission, and I can only, and in this particular, these are 3 hours of conversation. These have been extremely thorough, exhausting, and very teachable, in my very humble opinion. And there are still a lot of questions that were left open there that haven't been answered today. That said, also, I appreciate the very hard work that both APS staff put into this project. I understand it's not easy, and our staff, Mr. Schreiber. So there's no question. This is building a school in the urban environment is about trade-offs. But these trade-offs have to be assumed from both sides of the equation. And what I mean is here, the consistency with the West Rosland sectoral plan, so with RAPS, is really an important thing. The urban realm of this school is built based on the idea of celebrating a fantastic design, a very expensive design, and creating a new urban realm, especially towards 18th Street, where the school is most to appreciate. And with putting in this elevation there, this barrier, this wall, we are taking a lot away from this design. And I doubt that the original architects of that would be very happy with what happens to their project. So I see problems with the compliance. Even the public art that you propose to put, to break somehow, this actually accentuates the problem. It just shows where the issue, the aesthetic issue of the problem is. So I don't think that I'm not convinced at this point that the elevated fill and the level access from the building, which was the driving principle of your design here, provides a balance between all the needs of all users and all stakeholders around the building and the public space that we want to add there to the park, to the public space. And there was a terrible lack of specificity on the expenditures associated with different options. I remember specifically at the end of the Planning Commission meeting where you couldn't provide kind of an approximate estimate of what would cost to do different, configurations of parking, including the famous option C, that will still keep the field level, but would provide all the appropriate new access, which I think is important to the Shriver program. Also, the discussion about doing a little bit more of an excavation and lowering the level. I understand that there are issues with that this is not so easy. You have to build a ramp, you have to still make sure that the Shriver access works in there, etc. But it would be really helpful to quantify them and say, look, this is so many $1 million more of an expense. This is a trade-off. Since we are in the business of discussing trade-offs, let's put to the best of our abilities some numbers behind that. I want to anticipate the discussion, very similar discussions on the Arlington Career Center, where we still have an issue with public realm of a structured garage on 9th Street, and where the discussion about what would it cost to do to underground parking under the new building, etc., are still, in my opinion, open. So thank you so much for all the work. Unfortunately, I cannot support the use permit application at this point, and I align mostly with remarks of the Planning Commission on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis. Mr. Dorsey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Mr. Ware mentioned the rather unprecedented, or it's been a long time, nature of the Planning Commission's consideration of this item. And I can certainly attest to this being a rare occurrence and can appreciate that it wasn't taken or done so lightly. And in fact, I find the assessment of the Planning Commission in reviewing this item to be reasonable and correct. That said, I'm going to be prepared to move forward with approving this motion. And it is because we hope and desire that our Planning Commission is bringing a fidelity to marrying our plans and policies, particularly ones that are recent and contemporary, and making sure that if a project, a proposal does not comport, then there ought to be a clear and defensible reason why. Now, I actually like the fact that the Planning Commission is making a broad assessment of how this is not consistent and in substantive accord. The tough job of measuring whether or not that is appropriate in light of the other conditions is the job for us today. And as I've taken lots of time over the last couple of years, much of it spent with our chair and conversations with our school board colleagues, trying to understand some of the desires for, one, an equitable and safe entrance for the Shriver students. Absolutely no dispute there. We absolutely have to do that with this facility. Marrying that with their desire to have, some sort of notion of qualitative, really proximate on-site parking, which we've had to agree to disagree about, given the availability of parking in the area. But taking all of these various needs and desires, in and of themselves, reasonable, defensible, putting them all together creates an impact which is of rightful concern for people who are marrying this project against our previously approved plans. However, at the end of the day, when I look at what this will mean as a finished product, while I certainly see concessions, I don't see them being so qualitative enough as to diminish the broad vision for RAPS, a really transformative and award-winning plan when it was enacted. And while you certainly see how this looks different, and for people who are in the area, they will experience it differently, I don't see it as such a degradation of the vision of RAPS that this would, blow the whole idea of what we were trying to do there out of the water. And as someone who spent a fair amount of time in that area, on the basketball courts and on the makeshift field, I feel pretty confident that that will serve to fully be activated and aware for all users. I don't see this as something that's going to be hidden and therefore an underutilized public resource as it relates to the field, I'm satisfied that certainly with or without signage, over time, this will be used in a way and be activated in a way that we actually envisioned with RAPS in the first place. So, putting all that together, I'm prepared to support it. I'd just like to make a brief comment about a couple of other things. You know, we've heard from people who represent and support students with special needs about whether or not this version, which does not provide additional sidewalk space for all ability students, whether this is in effect a prioritization of parking over the needs of those students. I think as Ms. Crystal's line of questioning earlier established, 10 feet clear is pretty much always what a quality 10-foot clear path was what was envisioned from the beginning, number one. But also number two, as I look at it, it's sufficient to accommodate the peak demand that we're going to need for the sidewalk in this area, and having the ability to accommodate that peak demand, even if it's less than what it could have been, with the benefit of having a transportation network that does work according to plan, I think is appropriate, and I'm okay with that. And just as a final piece, as we've commented about including people in the nearby community, particularly renters with things that may substantially impact them, I'll note, Mr. Schreiber, and I say this not with harsh criticism, but just as a gentle suggestion, we've got to get out of the business of believing that outreach is the same as reaching out, and just sending out an email without any confirmation that it was received, understood, or processed is probably not enough for us when we consider our outreach strategies, and we ought to build in some capacity to make sure that at the very least, like we've done with a lot of board reports, when we report on what are the neighborhood concerns, it's like, they declined to comment or something like that. We do something affirmative to make sure, okay, you heard me, you got it, and whether or not they want to engage is up to them. But for us, it's not just about sending it out. And I just remind us of that again. And I'll conclude. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. Well, for my part, I think I want to echo the things my colleagues have placed with the Planning Commission. And I think both the effort to expect fidelity to 18th Street and the vision for 18th Street. We, as Ms. Garvey noted, tried to do a lot with RAPS. And I know at the time of adoption, we really thought a lot about what this would mean from users, because ultimately that is what land use planning is about, is how residents will interact with one another in the public realm. And so I think, the points that you made, the activation of 18th Street matters, the connectivity of 18th Street matters, the sightlines. And so I really appreciate the thoughtfulness. I think, your comments, Chairman Ware, really spoke to. This was not a flippant or knee-jerk exercise by the Planning Commission. I think you're well aware of the meaning of the recommendation, and I know you didn't come to it lightly. I'm also thinking about, the exhortation you made of us to just think about what are we communicating with regard to the expectations of applicants seeking variances from our planning documents, and that it's really important that if they're going to make that case, it needs to serve the public interest, not just the private interest. I think, as my colleagues, Ms. Garvey in particular noted, and Mr. Dorsey just now, and as you well know, of course, we have a slightly different job, right? And so I do appreciate the opportunity to think or to articulate very clearly from this dais why our expectations are different of an applicant who is part of the public, right, and government than they would be for an independent or commercial interest. But I appreciate your raising that. Ultimately, I am convinced, and I think our staff and school staff have done a lot to show their work on evaluating alternative options. Ultimately, as others have indicated, and I would associate myself with Mr. Carantonis' points here, this is a great embodiment of a phrase that sometimes gets used in urban planning, the high cost of free parking. I know we have had many conversations, as Mr. Dorsey indicated, about our desire to see this site take advantage of the incredibly rich transit network in Rosland, take advantage of the incredibly extensive parking available, some of which, as Mr. Schreiber noted, we negotiated for schools' use. I would have liked to have seen this building or this element of the site parked lower, but I do appreciate schools' efforts to at least reduce it. But I bring that up to say, parking is either very expensive in terms of dollars to build, or it's very expensive in terms of the impacts it makes on the urban environment. And I think the latter is the case here. Nevertheless, I think probably the most important thing here is not only the field, but the new entrance for the Shriver students. And I know the current entrance, the sort of interim condition, has been one that has been difficult for schools, and I think difficult for all of us. It doesn't represent the best of what APS hopes to show students of all abilities. And so I do think we shouldn't lose sight of the fact that approval today represents a return to that principle of inclusion, which I am looking forward to. And of course, I do feel I'd be remiss, we are here, of course, talking about this field on a separate timeline than the rest, because schools did us a solid, so to speak, in allowing us to put the temporary fire station there to enable the construction of the rest of RAPS. So that history weighs on my mind too at this point. I am prepared to support the motion. I really appreciate the diversity of opinions brought up. I want to join my colleagues in thanking the Planning Commission for ensuring that these important considerations became part of the public record and part of our dialogue today. I'd like to thank Mr. Schreiber and his colleagues and the team at APS Planning for getting to a resolution that is before us today. And with that, I believe we are ready for a vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Aye. Nay.
That carries 4-1. Thank you all so much. I believe we will move now into our next item. Madam Clerk, if you could call that item for us.
Agenda item number 38, it's a use permit to permit a private school for up to 60 children with a modification of the number of off-street parking spaces located at 6201 Washington Boulevard.
Thank you. Mr. Manager, would you like to introduce the staff?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Pierre, you should go sit down right up there. Pierre Jolicoeur is here to make the presentation, and Mr. Fusarelli and Mr. Schreiber are available also.
Excellent. Okay. Mr. Jolicoeur, welcome. Over there.
Good morning, members of the board. For the record, my name is Pierre Jolicoeur. This is a use permit for a private school, grade K through 8, up to 60 children, located at the Resurrection Lutheran Church at 6201 Washington Boulevard. Currently, this is the location of the village school. The property is intersected with Washington Boulevard, North Potomac Street, and North Potawatomi Street. The applicant is currently requesting to use 16 on-street parking spaces. The church currently has no parking, and therefore the applicant is requesting to use the on-street parking. The applicant is proposing the circulation of pickup and drop-off along North Potomac Street, with the circulation on Potawatomi Street, and with the first right on Washington Boulevard. So as you can see from this aerial, the church doesn't have any parking, and in order to preserve the on-site playground and open space without further increasing in previous site, the applicant is requesting a modification to allow them to use the on-street parking spaces. Currently, there are 16 spaces, and the applicant is requesting to use 10 spaces. This is a closer area of the site. This is the Resurrection Lutheran Church, where the proposed location of the village school will be. And as you can see in the aerial, the adjacent streets currently are not metered or regulated by RPP, and they are on-street parkings available. For the background of the site, the county board approved it in 1968. It was operate a child care center for up to 60 children from 3 to 6, and the applicant has since closed down in 2020, and the use has since expired. The previous hours of operation were 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. So with the current proposal, the applicant is requesting to allow a private school for up to 60 children with an associated modification to the parking requirement to allow the use of off-street parking spaces. As you know, the property is located in Highland Park Overly Knoll Civic Association neighborhood. The property is on R6, and per the zoning ordinance, the use is permitted. The applicant is requesting a private school for kindergarten through 8th grade for up to 60 children aged 5 to 13. The applicant is looking to operate from Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. with no anticipated evening or weekend programming. And again, the applicant is requesting the use of 10 off-street parking spaces. Community feedback. Staff initially incorrectly characterized the use as a child care facility rather than a private school on June 3rd. The issue was immediately corrected and the process began on June 29th. The application material originally shared with the public described the use as a private school. Since we contacted the HPOK Civic Association, we've received several community concerns regarding capacity, age of students, operation, transportation concerns, and community engagement. Staff has proposed conditions addressing the community concerns towards mitigating any potential adverse impact of the use. For the staff assessment, we believe that the use is appropriate and any potential adverse impact can be mitigated through these conditions. In order of addressing the capacity of students, condition to address a maximum capacity of up to 60 students. And if the applicant requests to increase they will need to go before the county board in order to amend their current application. The current hours of operation, which is addressed in condition 2, is 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. with no evening or weekend events or activities. Condition 2 address the age of the students, which specifically states 5 to 13 years old, K through 8th grade, in condition 2. Staff has addressed the parking management plan to address any concerns along pickup and drop-off along North Potomac Street and ensuring that applicants are not allowed to do a U-turn on Washington Boulevard and several other important transportation component in condition 4. And staff also has requested that the applicant submitted a transportation demand management program in condition 6, which address concerns in regards to providing proposing different ways for applicants for the members of the village school to get to and from the site. And condition 3, we address the committee liaison contact information, which the applicant will contact prior to opening and will stay in contact with during the duration of the operation. The county manager's recommendation is to approve the use permit for a private school for up to 60 children and associated parking modification with a 1-year county board review in July 2023 to assess the operation of the use. Thank you.
Third time's the charm. Thank you for that presentation. We appreciate it very much. If you wouldn't mind staying close for questions, that would be of help. And I do believe that we have representatives of the village school with us today. If you'd like to begin with any comments, we'd welcome them.
Sure.
Otherwise, we can have you available for questions.
Thank you. My name is Maria Vogelai, and I'm a co-founder of the Village School. I'm also a longtime Arlington resident. I live 4 minutes away from Resurrection Lutheran. My 3 children were born at Virginia Hospital Center, and they all get their hair cut from Annie at Westover Barbershop. We pick up eggs at the Westover Farmers Market every morning, every Sunday morning. My love of and pride in Arlington is one of the main reasons that we wanted to locate the village school here. The other reason is because over 60% of our families reside in Arlington. I'd like to emphasize 2 important aspects about our school that are relevant to today's discussion. Number 1 is our size. We are a micro school. Our learning model, which honors the individual child's path for learning, is largely dependent on keeping our class sizes small. While it is our intent to grow the school to reach other communities, each of our individual campuses, including the one at Resurrection Lutheran, will and must remain small. Number 2, and perhaps the most important point I'd like to make today, is why the village school exists in the first place. Some of you may have visited our website to see what we're all about. I hope you noted that our reason for being is to give children agency in their learning so they can discover what they can individually contribute to the world around them. In other words, our school model is centrally focused on making a positive impact on our communities. The families who choose this school, as well as our teachers and our administrators, do so because they too are mindful of their impact on community. We are here to contribute and not to disturb. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Vogel. We appreciate having you with us, and if you wouldn't mind staying close, I think we may have some questions about planned operations. Okay, we'll go next to public comment. Madam Clerk, if you could call our speakers, please.
Our first speaker is Rob Ryan, followed by David Faulkson. Rob Ryan. Okay, David Faulkson. Mr. Faulkson, if you could unmute yourself. There you go. Try again. There you are.
Good morning.
Can you hear me?
We can. Hello.
All right. My comments are related to the transportation of the students to the school and the fact that most of it probably will be by car. Drop-off will be on residential streets, and the traffic plan that they're showing in their permit has it coming around and down Powhatan Street, which I need to emphasize does not have sidewalks for most of that way, so that any walking that's done, and it is a traffic pattern for students going to and from school, will be on the street, so that any cars coming from the village school using that route will have an impact on people walking. And the other part of it is that we live across the street from Resurrection Lutheran Church. We noted in their permit application that they had contacted people within an area. We have never had any contact with the school. We have never received anything from the school. We would like to emphasize that we think the school needs to, in conjunction with the county, put together meetings so that the neighborhood can assess what the impact is going to be on the neighborhood itself. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Faulkson.
Our next speaker is Leah Gazik, followed by Mary Detwiller.
Hi, good morning. My name is Leah Geisick. Can you all hear me?
We can. Good morning.
Oh, thank you. Good morning. Yes, I live across the street from Resurrection Lutheran Church at 6125 Washington Boulevard. I have two main concerns. One is the pickup drop-off staff parking plan submitted by the school, and the second is the lack of communication or misrepresentation of information by both the county and the school. But understanding the Arlington Way and the county board's favorable track record with addressing community concerns, I have two asks of the county. One is to please delay your decision on this permit until the school and county can have a meeting with neighbors to share information and collaboratively address concerns. And then the second request is to have as a condition of the permit that the community will have input to the 1-year monitoring plan. I have concerns about the traffic because I telework 3 to 5 days per week, which has given me an understanding of the traffic pattern on Washington. It's unfortunate that the county staff presentation this morning did not show the pickup drop-off plan, but you can view it in the county's report. The plan proposed is difficult to understand, but seems to indicate that drivers will be lining up on Washington Boulevard in the bike lane and then instructed to turn onto Potomac for drop-off and continue on Potomac and then down Powhatan back to Washington Boulevard. The plan indicates 10 cars will be lined up on Washington in 15-minute intervals. This is concerning for several reasons. Cyclist, driver, and pedestrian safety, unknown number of cars coming in the morning on narrow neighborhood streets, and I am requesting it be reconsidered with county input. Also, as for the miscommunication, the village school permit application states the school has distributed flyers to all homes within the 500-foot radius of the property. This statement is false. We live 350 feet from the church and have received no flyers. There are several other inconsistencies among the school's website, the permit application, and information provided by the county that are vital for community members to understand.
Thank you. We appreciate that.
Our next speaker is Mary Detweiler.
Can I have a microphone?
Followed by Rob Lira.
If you could just join us right there, there's one for you.
Right here? Okay, good.
Perfect. Good morning, Ms. Detweiler.
Hi, good morning. My name is Mary Detweiler, and the reason I'm here is that this is my neighborhood. I live about 2 blocks away from the Resurrection Lutheran Church, and I am a great user of Washington Boulevard, so I want to make sure that the traffic flow works as well as the community smooth function of everything. Certainly, the notice to the neighbors is something that I'm concerned about. Everybody needs to understand how this whole school process will work. We have no problems with the school philosophy or with having the school there, but first off, it's a very different thing from when there was a childcare with very young children. That apparently worked quite well, and the very small playground to the side of the church probably worked very well too. This proposal is for something quite different. As we've seen, it goes for the kindergarten up through 8th grade, and the school website says that in 2023 starting school year, it will be for high school students. Will that tiny playground that was appropriate for very young children work for the kind of recreation that these children of all these ages will probably need? So my conclusion was that the process needs to be slowed down to the point where there can be dialogue, discussion, negotiation about how all this works. On the parking issue, I physically walked through how all this would work. With a 15-minute drop-off period, the whole cohort of cars, 10 cars, would have to be lined up such that it would work like clockwork. And the space that every car would take would eventually back up into those 10 used parking spots on the angled lot, and traffic could start backing up into the westbound lane of Washington Boulevard. Obviously, that's a concern, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Detweiler.
Our next speaker is Rob Lira, followed by Christian Farmer.
Okay, good morning. My name is Rob Iera. I live at 6125 Washington Boulevard, directly across the street from Resurrection Lutheran. I understand there are many concerns of my neighbors on the permit, but wanted to highlight some additional considerations. So like Mary said, the addition of a new K-8 school to the community and county is important and a big impact. And although we understand the original permit was for a private day nursery with similar hours and student size as noted in the report, it wasn't updated since 1978, and a lot has changed in 44 years. So I emphasize the impact of a K-8 school, not the day nursery. One small note, the legal notifications per the public engagement section of the county's report incorrectly called out a child care center at first, which was corrected, and we appreciate that. But that was after community caught the mistake. However, we noted that the current request on today's agenda differs still, which now includes a modification to the number of off-street parking spaces, which was not on the legal notifications in the Washington Times nor the posted placards. So in light of this impact of the new school, we'd appreciate direct community outreach. I'd request deferral of a decision to allow more time for the community to make an informed decision on all aspects. But primarily, we request community outreach meetings with the county, civic association, school, and church, consistent with the Arlington way, to have the school introduce themselves as new community members, allow community concerns on traffic safety, pedestrian and cyclists to be heard, to work collaborative solutions, which has been done before, and with feedback from long-term neighbors, such as on the Rivendell School, other daycare centers, and the recent Washington Boulevard restriping, and allow the civic associations to provide inputs at the one-year county permit assessment. Thanks for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Lira.
Our next speaker is Kristen Farmer, followed by Jody McGarry. Kristen Farmer. Okay, we will move to Jody McGarry.
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
We can. Good morning.
Yes, hello. Hello, my name is Jody McGarry, and I live 5 houses away from the church. The church is where my children were baptized, and my children also went to the pre-K program there for 3 years. While I want the church to succeed in our neighborhood, and I wish the best for their continued growth and success, I do have some concerns. The plan for the village school does not build confidence with the community. The goalposts have been constantly moved since the permit application was put in and continues to this day. The newest change in the past 2 days is a traffic pattern update that includes what looks like a road where there is none. Furthermore, this new road is right on top of a very small amount of playground space that is behind the church. I can tell that the village school is really trying to work at anything that they can do to get this permit put through. Why not put this before the Planning Commission to get neighborhood input and a real understanding of traffic impacts to the surrounding community? I think the board should know that the village school has no relationship to the Lutheran Church other than a tenant and landlord relationship. Moreover, the pastor of the Lutheran Church is departing on August 6th, so there's really concerns over oversight of this potential tenant. Back in 2000, when my children were in the pre-K program at that church, parking was an issue then, and that was only for a half-day program, and most of those families that went to the pre-K walked to the school from the surrounding neighborhood. I also want to mention that the pre-K school was previously at the church had staggered attendance, meaning not all the children were there at the same day. The impact caused from the village school's traffic and parking to the surrounding neighborhood is a real concern. Several of the streets around the church don't have sidewalks. Also, there is an APS elementary school bus stop right around the corner on Potomac and Powhatan, directly where cars from the village school could be traveling. I urge the county board to put a pause on permit requests for the village school.
Thank you, Ms. Gary.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Michael Cornfield.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Michael Cornfield. I've been a resident of Arlington since 1994. I'm a proud member of the Information Technology Advisory Commission. I live at 6101 20th Street North. I've been there since 2004, and I'm here to join my voice to the others and urge the board to postpone consideration of the permit until there has been a full discussion and analysis of the safety issues. Safety was not even listed as a community concern on the commission's presentation. It is my major concern. A previous speaker has already mentioned that Powhatan has no sidewalks. 20th Street, where I live, has no sidewalks. Powhatan has a steep hill that obstructs the views of drivers. So when the cars are leaving their drop-off route, they will have an obstructed view. 20th Street is relevant, and I would like, if it's possible, to have a slide 4 displayed. There it is. Okay. So you can see Powhatan Street, and you can see at about 2 o'clock where 20th Street begins, which has been considered at all in any of the documentation. And it is relevant because anyone approaching the church from the east will be tempted to use it when Washington Boulevard clogs up, as it usually does on weekdays during commuting hours. Drivers routinely speed on 20th Street in the block between Powhatan and Ohio, where I live. There is no signage. There are no sidewalks. The people coming to drop off at the village school will be joined by students who are walking to Cardinal Elementary, Swanson Middle School, and Yorktown High School. These are walk zones for all 3 schools. This is an accident waiting to happen if the permit is approved today. We need to talk about signage. We need to talk about the possibility of calming ramps or speed bumps. We need to talk, as others have indicated, about the very tight schedule for drop-offs, which will not only increase traffic, but increase anxiety among drivers because they will be kept track of whether they drop off on time. And finally, this is about community engagement prior to approval of a use permit. The village school website arrogantly presumes that approval has already been granted. That's not the Arlington way.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I believe, is that our final speaker?
That concludes our speakers.
Excellent. Thank you so much to those who've joined us to share concerns in person as well as online. The conversation is now with the board. Colleagues, I think as I hear it, I'm seeing maybe 3 buckets of conversation for us this morning. One of process, including the engagement and process conversations to date, as well as a couple of concerns raised with regard to future annual review processes and what could be expected there. Parking and transportation, I think, being the dominant issue, safety related, of course, being encompassed within that. And then any other questions about, I guess, what I describe as intensity of use, whether that's the number of students, staff, auxiliary facilities, and so forth. Why don't I begin by inviting any questions that we may have for the applicant or staff about process, how this unfolded, or how future use permit evaluations would work. Well, perfect. I think I saw Ms. Garvey first, and Mr. DeFranchi.
It's sort of in this bucket, but it doesn't quite fit anyways, but it's sort of a foundational one that I just want to think about if we've got the answer. And I think it's probably for our staff. Do we know when the school stopped in 2020, there was a school there before, do we know how many students were at the school then at that time, like from 2015 to 2020? How many students were there? I'm assuming maybe it wasn't the full 60. Do you know?
They were originally approved for 60, but I've heard that the number was a lot lower as they were nearing closing.
Okay, and you don't know approximately what size it was? Okay, because that's sort of something I'm thinking about. If there were just recently 60 students there, it feels pretty similar. If it was a lot lower, which I suspect it was, I can see how there might be some differences. So thank you.
It's a great question. I know, unfortunately, we keep records of how much we license schools for, but I don't think we keep tabs on the rosters. So good question, nevertheless. Mr. DeFranchi.
Sure. One question is for staff. I think you mentioned that after the childcare reference, you quickly responded to that, but it took a little bit of time, I guess, to repost in the Washington Times. I don't know if you could speak to, the time between June 3rd and June 20th, and whether it may have just taken a little bit of time, or whether you first learned about we first learned about the difference towards the end of the month of June.
We learned about the difference towards the end of the month. However, the originally provided documents that I shared of the application file always stated private school in the statement of justification.
Got it. Okay, that's helpful. And also certainly, I think one comment from residents was that you got a call the next day and you said we immediately recognized that there was a mistake. I just wanted to sort of ask about that. And then a number of, this is process, but it's related, maybe I'll pause. It's related to the second part of the next year. So I do have one more process question for the applicant, and that is, have you yet set a meeting to engage with neighbors, or where, I think from what was shared today, that would be very important, and being willing to do that outreach would be very important. Have you done that yet, or would you be willing to do that in the coming weeks or months?
Yes, we'd absolutely be willing to do that in the coming weeks and months.
Okay, and I guess I should have said weeks, not months, because time is short. So I'll yield. Thanks.
Thank you so much. I have just a question myself as we go down the line with colleagues. Ms. Geisig had asked what I think is a very fair and reasonable request, which is, at the one-year review, what assurances do we have that the community will have input? I'll note, I think there are a number of use permit conditions that suggest to me that we will have a lot more data at a one-year review time. For example, the requirement that the village school provide and take down and provide transportation performance monitoring results. And so I do think that a one-year review is going to be really important here. Could you, Mr. Jolicoeur or Mr. Schreiber, talk a little bit about expectations for engagement during the one-year review? Maybe what, if anything, we've learned from the process of this first use permit that would be improved at the point of engagement? I know a lot of times those are treated as relatively administrative, given the high level of concern. What could we as the board and the community expect for that one-year review process with regard to community input?
For our one-year review process, we'll follow the same step of public outreach, and also the applicant will have a personnel on staff which stays in contact, a community liaison. Okay. So we will get in touch with our community liaison, the applicant, and as well as the community members to ensure that the proper community outreach has occurred.
If we wanted to ensure that there be a community meeting prior to the consideration of the one-year use permit review, would we need to write that in as a use permit condition, or would staff, we would need to? Okay, all right, that's maybe for our consideration as we continue to work on questions. All right, Mr. Dorsey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Along those lines, proposed condition number 4 about the parking management plan outlines the administrative review process that the applicant will need to go through to comply. Is there any reason from a precedent and process standpoint that parking management plan can't be conditioned to be submitted following the meeting with the community that Ms. Vogelai agreed to conduct?
Yes, we could do that, and also the applicant will not get their certificate of occupancy until the PMP is approved by the zoning department. So she'll have to submit a thorough parking management plan which illustrate the pickup and drop off in a more concise manner, which staff will then review before the applicant could even open for operation.
Understood. It was just my intent to make sure that that conversation with the community informed that plan that is submitted to staff to ensure that there is a link between community concerns and staff's review. If I could follow up just with another brief question. So, Ms. Vogelai, I appreciate your remarks were very inspiring, and it's good to know that you're an Arlington resident and that 60% of the current school families are Arlington residents as well. But I'm trying to figure out how to ask this without coming across as condescending. That is not my intent. But given that you are of the neighborhood, I'm surprised that you didn't realize that connecting with your neighbors would be really important for a few different reasons. One, this is Arlington. People like to be engaged and informed with what's going on in their neighborhood. But two, you're operating a school. Presumably you want to market that opportunity for people who may be interested in your educational philosophy. So can you just give me a sense of why we're here at this point with a public hearing where many people are hearing about this project as fully as it is? It just seems a little odd. If you could help me understand how we got to this point.
Sure. I believe we're here because of the oversight on categorizing us as a child care center, and that opened this, I guess, case or issue up to many questions because there was not enough time for the neighbors to react to the fact that we are actually a private school. Because they were under the impression that we were coming in as a child care center. It's the previous use. So that's your first question. I believe that's why we're here. The second, why didn't we market our coming to Arlington? And that goes to the point I made before, is we are a small school. We don't intend to grow bigger in Arlington. We are coming into this school year with 48 learners. Our max is 60. We don't intend to drive growth. We are there to create a community in Arlington for this school. I believe the other one was why didn't we engage the community? And we did, and I apologize to the neighbors that did not received the flyers that I personally and my co-founder and the children of the school passed out. It's my fault that I relied on 12 and 10-year-olds to hand out flyers. But we in fact did, and that was our outreach. We held a meeting with the church, with their parishioners, and in hindsight, it would have been better to, we should have invited the neighbors as well, and not only the parishioners.
Right.
But that we did have a meeting with the parishioners of the church that was attended by our educators and some of our parents. So there was effort.
Okay, but moving forward, you would have, just to reiterate your answer to Mr. DeFerranti, you would have no issues having a properly noticed meeting with the residential neighbors as priority prior to submitting the parking management plan, and
Correct, I would have no issues.
thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Karantonis?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. A little bit digging in, because maybe I don't understand something, procedural on the certificate of occupancy. So the condition as written in the board report says that the village school will implement a pick-up and drop-off regime with different times, staggering, etc. So I understand that this is a technical submission, and you will evaluate that based on the merits of the technical, details, etc. In fact, it cannot be conditioned on, for example, a public meeting or a meeting with the neighborhood, etc. It's a good thing to have the public meeting, but we can. So that I wanted to figure out. So a CO can be subject to, the outcomes of a meeting with a neighborhood.
Yes.
Great.
We will include a condition to require that the applicant meets with the community members prior to certificate of occupancy.
So as an additional, so the neighborhood will have a say whether the checks, the safeguards in the plan would be enough and satisfying for all the neighbors. Okay, good. A second question on the TDM for the staff. How many people will be working typically in a day, and how are you going to manage their parking needs? I realize that, the Eastford Church station is not too far away, but still not very close by.
To your question about how many staff members on site, there are 6 staff members on site on a daily basis, 2 of whom commute from the Washington, D.C. and use public transportation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Garvey?
Yeah, question for the applicant. You said that there were going to be 48 students to start, and you're not looking to do major growth. But it's approved up to 60, and I think you're adding the high school level. When are you planning to increase beyond 48 students?
I just want to clarify that this campus will not have the high school located there.
Okay.
We applied for K through 8 use, and that is where we will keep this campus.
Thank you. And are you planning to get to 60 this year, or is that, because you say you've got 48 right now, are you planning to expand to 60 by September, or are you planning to keep it 48 for a year?
It will be 48 going into this school year. We plan to grow, the growth plan is by 10. So it will be close to, hopefully, 60 by the next school year.
By the next school year. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. DeFerranti?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to see if I could kind of clarify. One question is for staff, and I want to make sure I understand the timing. I drove over, and there's some signs that say, Sunday-based signs that say handicapped, but only for handicap parking right there where the drop-off 10 parking spaces or 10 cars, I believe, could fit. I didn't measure it exactly, but you'd need a parking management plan, a meeting with neighbors, parking management plan, and then I assume at least taking down those signs or perhaps putting up new signs. And am I understanding right that all that would need to happen in a month or a month and a half preceding the start of school, which would be, I would guess would be late August or early September? And I guess thanks, Mr. Schreiber, for appearing as though you might be willing to answer. Either one of you could, to follow up on Mr. Dorsey's question, could we do a meeting with the neighbors and then develop the parking plan and take the steps in the next 6 weeks? I'm not saying that we can't. I just want to try to put before us the challenge that at least I see here.
Yeah, I think that we could. The way the conditions are structured is that has to be done prior to the applicant receiving their certificate of occupancy. So in the, if the board is so inclined to include a condition, which it sounds like they may want to, about requiring the community meeting, I would suggest that this be part of that conversation. I would, perhaps that could even occur prior to the submission of that plan so that could be a point of discussion. And that can be crafted with community input rather than, say, distributed to the community after it was already prepared. So I don't see any reason why we couldn't have that meeting sooner rather than later.
Great, thank you. And I think I won't have just a quick comment that we'll have a 2023 process. And I feel confident based on this discussion that we'll be wanting to have civic associations and neighbors fully engaged in that, but we're also talking about the 2022. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I want to talk a little bit just about some of the substantive concerns about parking and transportation. Let me maybe begin by asking if we could, so I guess related question. So we'd had some concerns raised about queuing along Washington Boulevard, and I think it seems to me anyway that there are going to be some ways in which a K-8 school is actually a less intensive use than a childcare use. There's some ways in which it might be more intensive on the neighborhood, which is to say, childcare uses, you generally have maybe a 2-hour window, right, of pickup and drop off. And I think this one is envisioned, or I know this one is envisioned to be a lot more tightly regimented. Ms. Vogelai, could you talk to us a little bit, and Mr. Joliker, if you have anything to add here, about the plan to manage and ensure that staggered drop off works ahead of schedule without, as I think somebody pointed out, stressing out parents and actually causing less safe driving, but also without ensuring that queuing isn't happening along Washington Boulevard?
So this pickup and drop-off process is currently employed at our current campus, and so our families are very well versed in the 15-minute drop-off window. And from our staff side, pickup and drop-off, it doesn't happen one car at a time. 4 of our staff members meet 4 cars at a time. So it happens rather quickly, and like I said, our staff is well versed in it and well practiced, and so are our families.
Yeah. Thank you. That is, I think, a pretty helpful piece of information for what we're envisioning. What happens now if a family arrives too early for its drop-off time? Is it, do you start to see them kind of queue up and wait?
No, we asked that they not wait because of, and this happens at our current campus as well. They can't queue up and wait there. So we ask that they circle or go somewhere else until it's time to drop off.
Okay, thanks. It's helpful to know they're in that practice already. Let me open the floor for other questions about parking, transportation, circulation. Is it ready?
Several speakers mentioned about the diagram, and I just didn't know if staff intended that not to indicate that there is no alley. So staff intended that not to indicate an alley. If I'm correct, I understand why residents reach that conclusion, and I hear the concern about going up and around to come back. But is that? Just want to confirm that.
Sure. What I would say, that was an exhibit that was provided by the applicant. I think the materials that we alluded to as shown in the presentation, we zoomed our aerial image out. I think the applicant just did it a little bit tighter. I don't think, I know there should be no impression and there's no ability for the applicant to cut a street through behind their property. Yeah. The intent is that from a parking management drop-off perspective, as alluded to in condition number 4, they'll be having somewhat of a kiss and ride type of operation along Potomac Street. and then folks will either be able to circulate north up to Powhatan to come back or go further points north. There's also the 16 parking spaces available along Washington Boulevard. So, but no, we don't expect there to be a road cutting through, but there is that circulation route available with the current streets.
Great, thank you.
Right. Mr. Karantonis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So besides that, there is no alley. I happened to drive by and I saw no way to cut through the place, not even in the future. So the problem with the lack of sidewalks, one concern is that somebody will just let their kids just walk down on a street like Powhatan that doesn't have a sidewalk. So that's dangerous. How do you ensure that this isn't going to happen?
Our staff members meet each child at their car, and walk them to the sidewalk or to the entrance to the school. So they're not going to be walking. Their parents or carpool will drop them off at the entrance, where a staff member meets them at the door and ensures that they are safely to the sidewalk and to get to the school entrance. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, as long as no people walk on asphalt at
Correct.
all. So,
No,
okay.
that won't happen.
Thank you. Well, I think, Mr. Dorsey,
Other questions about
please,
issues?
absolutely. Intensity of use,
Thank you.
absolutely.
So, thank you, Madam Chair. And just to clarify, I believe I know this to be true by reading the conditions, but the website has caused some concern about people that sees you have plans for a future high school cohort, but by condition, you're not allowed to have that in Arlington. So that will be a plan that you implement at some other location.
Correct, at another location. We never intended for the high school to be located here.
So I understand why people in the community had that concern, but that's taken care of by the conditions here, and thank you for speaking about your plans. And you're currently operating in a church in Annandale. Can you just tell us a little bit about how long you had been there and why you're moving?
Sure, we've been at St. Albans and in Annandale for 4 years now, and we are moving because most of our families live in Arlington, and we are seeing a lot of interest from other families in Arlington and the DC area, closer into DC.
Gotcha. Thank you so much.
Thanks. All right. I'll just make an observation by way of maybe looking to Mr. Karantonis for a motion, if he's willing to make one. I think this conversation has been really helpful. As others, I'm sure, know generally, use permits of this nature tend to end up on our consent agenda. Given the feedback and concern we heard from the neighborhood, it's allowed for this dialogue, which I think has been a really important one. This looks not unfamiliar from a lot of conversations we've had largely about childcare uses, I think, over the years. And I suspect that we could require additional dialogue over the period of the next month. I think the concerns that neighbors have raised, which are reasonable, largely about safety, parking, transportation, probably the only way to resolve them is to let this work for a little bit of time and make sure that it does. To me, I have confidence from listening to this plan that this has been evaluated closely by our staff, that it is consistent with current practice of the village school. But I think it would be reasonable for community members to trust but verify. So I think, not only are there pretty extensive conditions about that transportation management plan and its performance and monitoring, but to create or maybe enshrine this board's expectation that dialogue happen in a way that engages the community and perhaps builds on what we learned from some of the missteps in this process, I think would behoove us. So Mr. Karantonis, if you're ready, I might call for you to make a motion, and then I'll be prepared with if you'll accept it, friendly amendment to sort of capture that as a condition. Mike, thank you.
So, thank you, Madam Chair. So the motion is to approve the use permit for a private school for up to 60 children with an associated modification of the parking requirement located at 6201 Washington Boulevard, subject to the proposed conditions of the staff report and with a county board review in 1 year, that is in July 2023. And Madam Chair, I am aware of language of friendly addition or amendment. which reads as follows. Prior to the County Board one-year review in July 2023, the applicant agrees to a community meeting to be coordinated with Arlington County Planning staff, the Highland Park Overlea Knolls Civic Association, in which data from the performance and monitoring activities associated with the transportation management plan detailed in condition number 6 will be reviewed. So this is the motion with the additional language.
Thank you so much. And we're going to pull that language up since it will be new, and we'll make sure that that works for our staff, our county attorney as well. And I'll second that motion. So we've got it on the table.
Okay, thank you.
Let me ask, I'm going to look for a head nod. Mr. Schreiber, you're all right with it?
That's agreeable to us. We can help coordinate that.
Okay, thank you. And is that agreeable to the applicant as well?
Yes.
Thank you. And to our attorney, no problems? Okay, fantastic. So that motion then with this additional condition is on the table for consideration. Are there questions about it or concluding comments?
No, just concluding comments. I think I'm going to support the motion. I appreciate the discussions. A couple of things that in the discussion is brought out. One is that this is a transfer of an existing school that's already functioning. I had envisioned this as a new school where parents don't know the drill, students don't know the drill, staff, everything's new. No, you've already got this kind of way of dropping people off and things. So that helps me have confidence that you know what you're doing. And the fact that I assume the church still is open on Sundays and people come on Sundays. So traffic's been coming and going here for quite a while and still continues at least on Sundays. And if that were a problem, I assume we would have heard about it from the neighbors. So with the review and the meeting with the community coming up, as I say, the review in 1 year, I'm pleased to support the motion and wish you luck. Yeah, it should be.
Mr. DeFranti.
Thank you. Did we have a second on the original motion? You did. Sorry about that. Thank you.
No worries.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So concluding comments, the friendly amendment helps certainly also as Mr. Schreiber gently helped me realize there's condition 4 still, and then there's language later in the staff report that I think helps address what we hope will happen in the next few weeks in addition to the 2023 process. Appreciate all the work that Ms. Vogelai and also Mr. Jolicoeur, if you can do. I really appreciate your honesty on the mistake, and then owning it and bringing it together. And now we have some work over the next 4 or 5 weeks, if I can respectfully suggest that. 2 concluding thoughts. One is that inquiry-based learning is near and dear to my heart, and that seems like a lot of what I read on the website. I think that there's some great pieces to that, and sort of more broadly applying that, of course, also to the neighborhood is sort of the spirit of what I see is happening. I appreciate your honesty in owning that things could and perhaps should have been done a little differently, but willingness to move forward. With respect to the Arlington Way, I guess, and neighbors' concerns, I feel that the high school point is part of reaching that consensus. I won't claim that there's unanimity, that everything is perfect, but I do hope that our discussion today, I feel at least satisfied that we've gotten closer to consensus, if not perhaps unanimity, because I certainly understand the concerns, but we have tried to be diligent and thorough on this, and for those reasons, I'm happy to support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rossi and then Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to further move that we amend the main motion to include a change to condition number 4. And I apologize for not having this up, having provided advance notice to put this up on the screen, but it's a pretty easy amendment. Thank you very much.
This is the original condition.
Perfect. So as you can see, the original language requires this parking management plan. It's entirely an administrative process. So in order to effectuate an ability for the community's input to go into the development of said plan, I move that this language be amended to say the applicant agrees to submit a parking management plan, comma, developed with input from a broadly advertised community meeting. I guess it needs a comma, and the rest remains the same.
Since this is a friendly amendment, we have to discuss if we accept the friendly amendment. So I'm inclined to
Accept it as a seconder.
Yeah, so I'm inclined to accept the language. I don't see, I mean, in the conversation we've had, there is condition number 3 that already tells the applicant to appoint a contact person. Condition number 4 is what is here. I mean, I'm fine with this.
And just to be clear, to speak to it briefly, even though it seems like you're all agreeing, this is to just codify that what we've had agreed to in the public record actually takes place. So.
Great.
I have a
All right, sorry.
I think you had a question.
Our county attorney
Question.
wanted to be recognized. Madam Chair.
Attorney first. Sorry.
Oh, I'm
Madam Chair.
sorry. Thank you for catching that.
I'm sorry, I just want to clarify what is meant by broadly advertised. Are you referring to an actual newspaper advertisement or just, okay, so
broadly announced
placards around the community or?
Yeah, I wasn't attempting to create legal requirements here, but just the expectation that this would be a community meeting. The intent is not to handpick who from the community could come, but that it would be broadly advertised. I don't want to be prescriptive into how we accomplish that. Hopefully, we're not at the place where this has to be parsed out specifically. But if you recommend that we do, I can try.
I think this is fine if we don't seek to enforce, at some level of detail, what the minimum level of advertisement would be.
Would it be appropriate to say broadly communicated? Would that keep us away from any potential legal issues with the term of, that is sometimes a term of art in our work?
If you look at condition number 3, it refers to everyone who has to be communicated to by the neighborhood liaison. Would you like to refer to that as far as who we would advertise to?
You mean just those civic associations?
It's a civic association and then also the neighboring properties, I believe.
Yeah.
Adjacent property owners.
That's why I mentioned the condition 3 that, makes it compulsory to have a person as a contact.
We could say broadly advertise and at least including, the entities identified in condition 3.
Works for me.
Great. So I think that becomes developed with input from the entities advertised in condition, or described in condition 3?
Yes. Developed with input from a broadly advertised.
To the aforementioned entities under condition 3.
Sorry. Let's say broadly advertised at least to the entities described in condition 3.
Great. All right. That should probably be offset by commas, but we can work that out on the back end.
Yes.
All right. Mr. Karantonis, did you have other questions or final concluding comments?
No, as long as this language is fine with Mr. Dorsey, who is proposing that, and I am fine with accepting that final shaped and crafted language as a friendly amendment. Community meeting needs to be deleted. Oh, yeah.
There we go.
Okay. So we can proceed.
Okay, fantastic. All right, in that case, we have a vote, perhaps not the most elegantly worded condition in the history of this body, but I think it communicates the intent. And the good news is this will all be happening in the coming weeks, so there will not be a need to go back to divine the intent from that language for very long. All right, unless there is any further conversation, I believe we're ready for a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That carries unanimously. Thank you. As Ms. Garvey said, we wish you luck, and to the neighbors, we appreciate your coming in and hope that these are avenues to resolve any remaining concerns. Okay, with that, we are going to take a brief recess for lunch. I'm going to propose that we return at 12:30 to hear our final item. Thank you so much. See you at 12:30. All right, we are back from lunch, returning at 12:33 for, I believe, the final item on our agenda, which is the Courthouse West Special General Land Use Plan. If I haven't scooped you, Madam Clerk, let me turn it to you to call that item.
Item number 39 is a request to authorize advertisements for public hearings by the Planning Commission and County Board to consider actions pertaining to the Courthouse West Special General Land Use Plan Study, including adoption of the Courthouse West Special General GLUP Study document and a GLUP amendment from service commercial to medium office apartment hotel.
Thank you so much. Mr. Manager, would you like to introduce the staff on this project or item?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Tim Murphy has joined us here in person today, and Tim will call on other people as needed. So over to you, Mr. Murphy.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Again, for the record, my name is Tim Murphy. I'm a principal planner with Arlington's Planning Division. This item is a request to authorize advertisement of future public hearings by the Planning Commission and County Board to consider actions pertaining to the Courthouse West Special General Land Use Plan Study. These hearings would be to consider adoption of the Courthouse West Special GLUP Study document, as well as a future GLUP amendment from service commercial to medium office apartment hotel. Today's presentation will review the study's background, the study's review process under the Long Range Planning Committee, or LRPC, and the formation of the study document and its recommendations, and a summary of the Advisory Commission review and the staff recommendations. First, the presentation will briefly review the background for the study. The study area is located at the western edge of the Courthouse Metro Station area and is within a quarter-mile radius of the Courthouse Metro Station. The area is located on the block bounded by Wilson Boulevard to the north, North Cleveland Street to the east, Clarendon Boulevard to the south, and North Danville Street to the west. The study area possesses a GLUP designation of service commercial. Other blocks between Wilson Boulevard and Clarendon Boulevard to the east and west toward Courthouse and Clarendon consist of mixed-use GLUP designations that support a vision for mixed-use development. The applicant's request is a GLUP amendment from service commercial to high office apartment hotel. The applicant anticipates also requesting a rezoning from the C2 zoning district to the CO zoning district. This rezoning request would be examined in the future and would accompany a potential site plan application. Like previous special GLUP studies, this study was led by an interdepartmental team of staff and conducted via a review process under the auspices of the LRPC. For this study, the LRPC consisted of members of the Planning Commission, representatives of the Park and Recreation Commission and Transportation Commission, and representatives of the Clarendon Courthouse Civic Association and Lion Village Citizens Association. In addition, the applicant and the other private property owner in the study area participated in the LRPC process. This study utilized an approach that consisted of the preparation of existing conditions information, draft guiding principles, and preliminary massing scenarios for review at the outset of public engagement. Through 2 online feedback opportunities and 2 LRPC meetings, staff participated in discussion and received feedback from the LRPC and community on draft guiding principles and modeling scenarios that led to refinements into preliminary staff recommendations. During the study, equity was a key consideration in the development of the recommendations, with the intent to support accessibility and inclusion within the study area. The incorporation of equity in the study supports previous actions taken by the County Board, such as the 2019 Equity Resolution and the establishment of Arlington's Racial Equity Initiative. The next section of this presentation provides an overview of the draft guiding principles and recommendations in the study document, with a focus on building height and the GLUP designation and their development during the LRPC process. This slide summarizes the draft guiding principles, and in italics, their relationship to different elements in the draft study document. The principles provide high-level goals for the study area and are intended to guide future redevelopment of the area. A set of draft guiding principles was shared at the initial online engagement session, and the principles were revised during the study process to incorporate feedback from the LRPC and the community. Input and feedback on building height and density throughout the study process has been diverse. The initial online engagement session sought feedback from stakeholders regarding which of 3 preliminary massing scenarios they felt best reflected draft guiding principles that were initially developed for the study and for discussion. The results indicated that there was a range of preferences, with no majority among the 3 different scenarios. When considering the approximate existing building heights within the area, much of the development that has existed since before the adoption of the courthouse sector plan in 1981 is lower scale commercial development of approximately 1 to 3 stories. More recent development consists of taller developments. It is also important to note that blocks to the west of the study area are within the Clarendon sector plan area, and that plan provides maximum building height guidance to guide future redevelopment in those areas. The study area and areas to the east toward the courthouse metro station are within the boundaries of the courthouse sector plan and the courthouse sector plan addendum. Both of these documents do not provide or did not provide building height guidance. You can also note that heights of 14 or more stories are located in areas closer toward the metro stations. Diverse views on building height and density were also expressed at the January and May LRPC meetings. On one side, staff received feedback that expressed a desire for greater building height and density. And at the May LRPC meeting, LRPC feedback supportive of greater building height and density expressed a preference for additional building height and density above the preliminary staff recommendations, with a desire to consider a designation of high office apartment hotel or the designation medium office apartment hotel and an allowance for up to 16 stories in building height. On the other side, staff received feedback that expressed a desire for lesser building height and density. When considering building height and density within the larger context of existing plan guidance for the Rosland-Ballston corridor, there are areas at the edges of station areas, in particular in Ballston and Rosland, where building heights of 14 or more stories have been envisioned. However, unlike the study area, those areas were subject to larger community planning studies that focused on developing building height guidance, among other topics, for much larger geographic areas. From an equity perspective, increasing building heights and density in the study area would result in an increase in housing opportunities in an accessible area close to services and amenities. The additional dwelling units could result in new opportunities for residents who are currently unable to find housing in the area, including people of color and people of lower socioeconomic status. Increased building height and density could also be experienced by existing users and residents of the surrounding area differently. Some users may desire to preserve access to light, air, and views, and other users may desire having additional neighbors and the benefits that they and the new development bring to the area. Staff considers a maximum building height of 12 stories and the corresponding density under that height appropriate for the study area. The proposed guidance recommends a maximum height of 12 stories near the center of the study area, tapering down to a maximum heights of 4 to 6 stories at the edges of the area and adjacent to an envisioned public space along Clarendon Boulevard. These building height recommendations considered shadow and view studies of three-dimensional computer modeling, feedback collected on height transitions, the proximity of the study area to lower density residential areas, and the importance of achieving harmonious building height and scale transitions, and plan guidance and comparative site plan guidance within the larger Rosland-Ballston corridor. Staff also considered the potential precedent of allowing greater building height at the edge of a metro station area absent a larger comprehensive study to determine where taller building heights might be appropriate for a larger geographic area. This slide displays section diagrams of the 12-story illustrative model found in the study document, as well as the 6-story and 17-story preliminary massing scenarios that were shared and reviewed with the community and the LRPC during the study. The comparison of the three models under 6 stories, 12 stories, and 17 stories when looking toward Clarendon shows how the 12-story illustrative model interacts within the existing skyline of development. Similarly, this slide displays 3 section diagrams of the same models looking toward Courthouse and illustrates how a maximum building height of 12 stories interacts with the existing development. Along with proposed maximum building height guidance for the potential GLUP designation, staff recommends that an amendment to medium office apartment hotel is within the realm of consideration, provided it accompanies an appropriate site plan. This recommendation considers that this designation supports medium density development consistent with the existing site plan guidance or existing plan guidance in the Courthouse Sector Plan Addendum, which identified this area as an area for higher density commercial, residential, mixed use development. The designation is consistent with other development that's located in a similar context in the Rosland-Ballston corridor at the edge of a quarter-mile radius from a metro station and adjacent to a lower density residential GLUP designation or use. The designation allows for a multi-story residential building with retail or retail equivalent uses, which is consistent with feedback received during the study regarding desired land uses. This designation also allows for taller building heights than other medium density mixed use GLUP designations, allowing for greater height in the center of the block and greater tapering down to the edges of the study area. Finally, the recommendation also considered 3-dimensional computer modeling of building massing and height scenarios in the study area, including shadow studies and view studies, and a preliminary transportation analysis. The illustrative modeling included in the study document and shown on this slide illustrates one way in which development can occur consistent with guiding principles and the draft study document recommendations. The modeling shown here could contain approximately 270 dwelling units and 16,000 square feet of ground floor space for commercial uses. The total residential density for this model is approximately 220 units per acre, and the total commercial density is approximately 2.5 FAR. The model's density of 220 units per acre is approximately 90% above 115 units per acre, the standard site plan density for residential uses in the CO 2.5 zoning district that is typically found with medium office apartment hotel. This additional density above the standard site plan density for medium office apartment hotel would need to be earned in consideration of achieving the study's recommendations. This slide highlights the additional land use and building design recommendations. These additional recommendations provide guidance related to building placement and form and highlight the importance of site consolidation to support future comprehensive development in this study area. The study document provides recommendations across 7 other areas in addition to land use and building design. These elements and their associated recommendations would be expectations for any future site plan application pursuing the GLUP designation and the maximum building height. Lastly, this section of the presentation will provide a summary of the review by the Planning Commission and the recommendations for today's meeting. At the July 6th Planning Commission meeting, the Planning Commission voted unanimously to recommend advertisement of public hearings to consider the adoption of the study document and a future GLUP amendment from service commercial to medium office apartment hotel to be held concurrently with public hearings in the future to consider a future site plan application. The Planning Commission also voted to recommend that the scope of the advertisement for the study document be expanded to allow for further discussion and consideration of maximum building heights up to 16 stories, which differs from the staff recommendation of up to 12 stories. Staff recommends adopting the two resolutions to authorize advertisement of future public hearings by the Planning Commission and the County Board on adoption of the Courthouse West Special GLUP Study document and a GLUP amendment from service commercial to medium office apartment hotel at a time concurrent with consideration of associated rezoning and site plan applications. Additionally, with County Board guidance, staff supports incorporating language in the public notice that would allow for full consideration at future public hearings by the Planning Commission and County Board of broader discussion of a maximum building height range of up to 16 stories. The draft resolution attached to the study document, Attachment 1, which advertises the study document, would allow for continued consideration of building heights up to 16 stories for further discussion between now and September if the board so desires. This concludes staff's presentation today, and I'm happy to take any questions. I'm also joined by additional teammates virtually who can respond to questions as well.
Excellent. Mr. Murphy, thank you so much for that presentation and for the extensive work. I know that we are joined again by the chair of our Planning Commission, Mr. Ware. I don't believe we have any other commission representatives with us today. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Excellent. Well, Mr. Ware, the floor is yours once again. Thank you for the considerable engagement of both LRPC and the Planning Commission as a whole on this item.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the County Board. Long time no see. Again, for the record, Daniel Weir here on behalf of the Planning Commission. The Commission recommends advertisement of the hearings to adopt the study document. However, as noted, at the full CO 2.5 16-story limit. The Commission heard this item on July 6th. There were 12 public speakers, breaking roughly in half support of advertising maximum allowable density and roughly half in opposition to any additional density. Commissioners were overall very positive on the study document, and rightly so. It is a richly detailed and highly developed study. It deals judiciously and insightfully with planning guidance that comes to us from the first time that people were hearing Kate Bush's Running Up That Hill or watching Jurassic Park films. And it deals judiciously and insightfully with a latent oversight in the half-century-old bullseye heuristic. That concept gave Arlington a firm footing for tapering density to the single-family neighborhoods north and south of the RB corridor, but was based on antiquated assumptions about things like how far people will walk to a station, and never really foresaw the kind of single and continuous walkable urban corridor between Rosland and Ballston that we have today. The Commission's decision, and I want to spend a little bit time of raising some of the context. I'm glad to see the staff, the updated staff recommendation, but this is context that is relevant for broader Commission discussions and for your consideration going forward as well. Discussion about affordable housing issues are consistent with just about every other project that we've heard with a residential component. I suspect that there's a consensus or near to it, albeit informal, among commissioners. The density should come with on-site committed affordable housing units, and that we continue to see too few three-bedroom CAFs delivered. The number of bedrooms is an especially heightened concern given federal requirements that children assigned to different genders at birth have separate bedrooms. These restrictions regulate consumer choice, and they restrict the availability of CAFs sized for families with more than 1 or 2 children. They also put families with LGBTQ children at risk of losing their housing. While changing these restrictions is beyond the county's power, reducing their impact by encouraging sufficient supply is within our power.
And I think the creamer got put in the back, so if you just holler at them that it's not out front.
That explains
What's not on the tiger? No, the tiger. I posted.
That explains the feedback. I was worried that it was something about me. The Commission struggled to understand the practical implications of proceeding with the 12-story cap on the GLUP study. This is a point that's raised throughout the documents, and I think hopefully won't become relevant until we're back here in September. So I'm probably going to skip this paragraph for this point. As noted, the Commission thinks that there is more discussion to be had on these questions, which is why we asked to authorize hearings to allow that discussion, and we are grateful that staff is supporting that, at least at this stage. That concludes my remarks. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Excellent, thank you so much. I think the feedback was just somebody wanted you to include Top Gun in that list of iterated 1980s reboots.
I could probably find more.
Thank you very much for that conversation. Okay, we are going to go now to public comments associated with this request to advertise. Madam Clerk, I'll look to you to call the first speakers.
Yes, our first speaker is Elizabeth Craig, followed by Kate Bates.
Welcome. And if you'd like, you're welcome to move that podium up or down with the arrows on your right side. Oh, you can move the podium up or down with the arrows on your right side if that would be more comfortable for you. Sure.
Got it? Thank you for this opportunity to speak with you today. I've been living in the courthouse area for about 40 years. I've lived in an apartment, condo, single-family home, and I've participated in the development of this community, and I want it to flourish. I'm a firm believer in smart growth and comprehensive planning. That means building on Arlington's Gold National Planning Achievement and ensuring that this community continue to be a safe and walkable community. What we should not be doing is planning this community block by block, which is what we're talking about today. It doesn't make sense to look at one block and make decisions without looking at the landscape, especially for a block that is not even owned by one owner, and it seems to be on the behest of the developer. The recommendation is to substantially change the character and divert from previous thoughtful planning by placing a high rise of up to 16 stories in the middle of a low rise area. If the condo wants to do that, that's fine, but we just need the time to do it. We do need to talk about impact. We talk about the impact in terms of traffic, parking, infrastructure, green space. I just wanted to let you all know that this may also be an opportunity to encourage a missing middle development on this site. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Craig.
Our next speaker is Kate Bates, followed by Scott Pedowitz.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'm Kate Bates, President and CEO of the Arlington Chamber of Commerce, and I'm here on behalf of the Chamber to ask that the board move forward the RTA as recommended by the Planning Commission with the maximum height cap of 16 stories as allowed within zoning category CO 2.5. We request that this move forward without further delay, noting that the applicant submitted their application in May 2019 and that the Chamber has been engaged with this item for several years. As stated in our December 2021 letter to planning staff, the Chamber supports additional density, especially in established bus and rail transit corridors, and land use policy and regulations that are flexible to attract investment in Arlington. And this site proves a great opportunity to do just that. The Courthouse West site is within easy walking distance of existing transit, including the Courthouse and Clarendon Metro stations, as well as several bus lines that run along Wilson and Clarendon Boulevard, and a high concentration of jobs, services, and retail. To continue to increase housing affordability, Arlington County should remove barriers to the provisions of housing supply, including but not limited to limitations on density. Allowing a higher maximum height still provides the opportunity for further refinement in the 4.1 site plan process, including potential tapering to respond to the concerns from some over heights, which are needed to provide the much needed increased housing stock. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Bates.
Scott Pedowitz, followed by Ann Bodine.
There we go.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. I am Scott Pedowitz. I'm with the Apartment and Office Building Association. I'm also a nearly 14-and-a-half-year resident of this courthouse neighborhood. I encourage you to adopt the manager's recommendation for the advertisement to include the flexibility for all heights allowed under medium OAH and CO 2.5 zoning. The discussions that we have had at LRPC and planning have been fruitful. As Mr. Ware described, I believe it would serve the entire community well to let these discussions continue to the public hearing phase for a best consideration of the overall project. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Ann Bodine, followed by Dima Hakura.
Good afternoon. Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the board, thank you. I'm Ann Bodine. I'm speaking today on behalf of Arlingtonians for Our Sustainable Future. ASF is asking you not amend the GLUP for this parcel from service commercial to medium office apartment hotel for the following reasons. ASF is concerned that Arlington has not planned adequate services or budgeted for the consequences of a commitment made in 2018 under then current zoning to allow up to 63,000 more residents by 2045. That alone is a significant increase in population. Since then, the county has authorized bonus density or more intense land use for LEED certified buildings, for senior living complexes, for affordable housing, for 2 new Amazon campuses, for the new Pentagon City sector plan, for the new Clarendon sector plan, and is looking at raising height limits in Crystal City and intense infill with Plan Langston Boulevard. These plans and missing middle efforts ask us to accept the same poor logic, that there is no need to plan for large numbers of people that higher land use makes certain. Pentagon City alone adds 12,000 people, but that area got no community school, no community-owned park with a ball field, no community center. County staff told these residents that if they wanted a new school, it would have to be put on their park. And an Amazon employee park is not how you form a new community. The county has also said every month that you have approved code exceptions for more infill, massing, setbacks, reduced parking ratios, or penthouses that don't count towards gross floor area. You pretend that sidewalks in Pentagon City and balconies on Columbia Pike equal green space. This massive gifting to developers is shortchanging our residents and is not sustainable. So we ask that you provide for Courthouse West a site-specific fiscal and environmental impact analysis. Only then would ASF consider upward ratcheting of density. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bodine.
Our next speaker is Dima Hakura, followed by Nirja Kaur.
Good afternoon. At the Planning Commission hearing, I was shocked and perturbed by the manner in which applicant's counsel interjected the entitlement with which he demanded 16 stories and his attempt to intimidate staff and the commissioners to succumb to pressure. On what basis does the applicant believe that the change in zoning is rightfully theirs? When a developer purchases land that is zoned for a different purpose, height and density than their plans, that is the risk they choose to take. Neighboring community input must equally be taken and given with significant weight. Applicants' requests and staff's recommendation go way beyond what was ever envisioned for this site by the GLUP. This site is supposed to be the trough between 2 bullseyes above metros. It is abutted by low density on all 4 sides. Any change in policy for this will set precedents. The GLUP in this area won the planning profession's highest award for excellence in implementation. It balances areas of high density with smooth transitions to low density. It envisions a different character and flavor for each neighborhood along the corridor. We do not need multiple Roslands. We need a Rosland, a Courthouse, a Clarendon, and a Ballston. They do not need to merge into each other and become indistinguishable. Most importantly, we need development that fits into its neighborhood and is sustainable along with all the other increased density planned for the area near the Courthouse and Clarendon metro stops at the bullseyes. If the county wants to change the character of the area, then a larger, more comprehensive study of the GLUP is needed. 12 and 16 stories are not sustainable for this site. All the already planned developments within close proximity will strain services, facilities, parks, traffic, schools, transportation, and infrastructure for the area. The site lacks access to the major thoroughfares and will create cuts through traffic in adjacent neighborhoods. The metro tunnel alongside will constrain the depth of the development. Staff have not met the burden of proof the increased density for this site is sustainable. I'm also dismayed. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Okora.
Our next speaker is Nirja Kaur, followed by Bernard Byrne.
I'm a resident member of CCCA, single parent of 2 elementary children and widow. I've lived in this community since 2014, and I try to advocate for my community and contribute to school communities with my limited time and resources as best as I can. Having witnessed many changes and development in a short time within this community, amongst neighborhoods, parks, schools, libraries, and other local facilities, it is my belief that adding further density to an already overwhelmed community experiencing many annual budget cuts will have further negative impact for both near and long-term futures of the community and resources. We already feel this in our schools, overpacked classrooms, shortfall of teachers and staff,
This also includes school transportation. Standards of learning have dropped. Only those with economic leverage able to hire tutors or extracurricular activities to supplement education. That's not me. All those lucky enough to have 2 parents to help their kids with homework. We feel this in our overcrowded playgrounds, so no space to play. We feel this on our streets, filthy with dog excrement from irresponsible dog owners, several dog attacks. My 5-year-old was bitten as owners don't want to go to overcrowded and filthy dog parks. We feel this in our ever-dirtying parks with broken glass, used condoms, unleashed dogs, as budget cuts don't have enough rangers to protect and keep these facilities clean and safe. We feel this on our streets as they become more and more unsafe with speeding delivery drivers, with too many cars due to burgeoning population growth. My daughter was hit by a car on a crosswalk at the school bus stop. We feel this more and more in Arlington Parks and Recreation County classes as they fill up with waiting lists, now in the hundreds due to increasing population growth. I rely on these classes for my kids as a single income household. As a single income household, I am that missing middle that I hear Arlington County say they want to keep. I am the demographic that relies on the ever-depleting, overburdened population of Clarendon Courthouse area's facilities and education. I therefore implore the board to not overbuild. Yes, housing is required, but the GLUP should not exceed more than 6 stories as expressed by the community members in the initial survey for the above stated reasons. Developers have profitable agendas, not ones that will live, contribute, and survive in these communities. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Carr.
Our next speaker is Bernard Byrne, followed by David Cheek.
Hello, board members. Again.
Hello.
As you know, I live near Boston, in the Buckingham neighborhood. I've been impacted by this, in my neighborhood, been impacted by this kind of development, overdevelopment, for many years. This is nothing new to us, and we always object against it, but you always do it. I would like to comment on some other piece of place. The Planning Commission said that there's nothing. The old plans are inadequate, are antiquated. No, they're not antiquated. The original plans are very good. What is antiquated, not antiquated, but stupid, is what you're doing now. Furthermore, they said there's a need for new housing. There is not a need for new luxury housing, which this will have. It will at most add a few CAFs, and more likely will not add any CAFs because they'll just contribute to the Affordable Housing Fund, which will put affordable housing outside of the corridors. This whole basis of what the Planning Commission and staff is saying, and to some extent what the business community is saying, it's just plain baloney. Basically, remember, the neighborhood is saying, as consistently said, that about half of them are saying, half the respondents, most of which came from the neighborhood, saying don't build any higher than 6 floors. This is a major community thing. It's every community around that the Boston corridor is saying that. Furthermore, Clarendon Courthouse is not close to I-666 or a highway. People have to drive through it to go to the highway. I-666 itself, west of Boston, needed to be widened because of the cap for the traffic that was caused by the Boston corridor. Next time it's widened, it's going to take out residences in Parkland, and inevitably, if you keep doing this, that will happen. They do these traffic studies, but they never look at the studies on the interstate highways. The schools, of course, will be a problem. This is residential. These corridors, so the major things are supposed to be office. Once they change that, you're going to get less revenue, more crowding, more need for schools. There was no real need for a 12-story building or anything higher. The building would probably contain luxury residential uses. The bullseye concept is much better. Otherwise, it's just plain sprawl, and it sprawls out gradually. And this is sprawl, believe it or not. Even though it's not in the suburbs, this is sprawl. The courthouse is, so stick with the bullseye density. And again, one thing for public space is nothing uses as public space. Please recommend that the study documents say that the space will be a green area, not a paved plaza. This is important. The Rosland corridor has too much pavement and too little green space. For biophilia, this needs to be a green space. The way it's constructed, it will have ground floor retail, and most likely it will have restaurants that will outdoor seating that will
Mr.
go
Byrne.
into that public space. That's important.
Thank you, Mr. Byrne.
Our next speaker is David Cheek, followed by Greg Wood.
That's important.
Afternoon, County Board Chair members. I've been a Civic Association president for 14 months and will step down this Thursday. My goal was to make Clarendon Dog Park nicer, a 50,000 square foot park by Joyce Motors, and fix a reckless driving problem around 11th Street Park and Clarendon. I haven't succeeded. Speaking to residents around here, I sense the homeowners want 4 to 6 stories and renters, both short-term transient and long-term renters, want 17 stories. 20 years ago, the county board members and residents who designed Clarendon did an excellent job. So good that this is the most popular part of Arlington, if not the state of Virginia. The question is, why does Arlington now want to make it like Ballston? There are many single-story commercial structures in Clarendon that can and will be converted to 6 stories in the future, near future. Plenty of units coming to Clarendon. How much is enough? Of my initiatives, the reckless driving was my biggest concern, so someone can get seriously injured or killed. The problem is Google Maps and Waze, they send drivers racing down residential streets, never designed for this type of traffic, so they can save 2 seconds not waiting at a red light on main roads. More development, more cars, the map application find ways to route them through residential streets. This is actually a problem all across Arlington, but no one can figure out why Arlington's not doing anything about it. And this makes Arlington car-centric, not people-centric, nor support the car-free diet nor Vision Zero, which the county board supports. Most progressive cities delist map routes like this using methods I sent to DS Transportation, but they were not receptive. But again, county board makes the actual policies for solutions. Got a letter from the last year county board chair, said I'll look into it, and nothing's been done. Talked to neighbors around the area. They're all scared for their kids' safety. Many close calls. One briefer just said her daughter was hit. I found out the Planning Commission, Lion Village, has the same problem, which is on the opposite side of this. This development will exponentially continue to ruin our residential streets. If Arlington wants to be inclusive and diverse for pedestrians and cyclists, let's copy other progressive cities for solutions. Next issue is cyclists and pedestrian safety. I cycle daily, and the lanes are always blocked off by cars. Sent a video to Arlington Now yesterday. It's been posted, and a lot of comments saying we need more safer. The next issue is the property owners paying 6% tax increases. CRC wants the moon on this, but instead of the developers paying a cash proffer fee in exchange of value, they're paying like 30% on the dollar with like affordable housing units. Yesterday, Falls Church sent a press release of their latest development. It got tax receipts at high school. Property tax rate went down, renovated library. How can Arlington follow their model and make developers pay fair exchange of value for bonus density versus pass the cost on to homeowners? In summary, to quote the notorious BIG, more stories, more problems. With Arlington's inability to fix reckless driving shortcuts, inability to enforce safety for cyclists and pedestrians, inability to get developers to pay for second-order effects like other progressive cities do, 17 stories will negatively impact Arlington. However, if Arlington could fix these issues, 17 stories would get more support. Thanks for your time.
Thanks, Mr. Cheek. And thanks for your service with the Civic Association.
Our next speaker is Greg Wood, followed by Elizabeth Farrell.
Welcome.
Hey, good morning, or good afternoon. I guess it is now. When I got here, it was the morning, as it was for you. My name is Greg Wood. I'm a Clarendon Courthouse resident, a Civic Association member, but I'm just speaking on my behalf today. I don't speak often before the board, so I wrote everything down, and I'm not wearing a jacket, but I think I should reconsider that maybe next time. Seems like that's the thing to do. I'm familiar with this site, and I walk by it nearly every day. I've reviewed the materials posted by staff and the applicant, and I just wanted to say that, and some of the process leading up to today. I've been sporadically involved in projects like this for the last 25 years, especially the Clarendon Sector Plan and the Clarendon Courthouse Neighborhood Plan, which I think are good examples of community input, and I'm afraid that those kinds of exemplars weren't followed or haven't been followed so far, and I think based on that, I have to encourage, I hope that more discussion will happen before this process moves forward or this recommendation is accepted. As you know, the site is right on the edge of the Clarendon Sector Plan and the boundary, and it's exactly between the two metros. It couldn't be farther away from a metro station if it tried in this corridor. And while I think one of the great things about the Clarendon Sector Plan is that it anticipated and encouraged development, and we've seen the benefits of that. Absent a similar planning process, I think we're leading into problems, as other speakers mentioned, about resources like parks and schools that just haven't been considered in the plan or the report. The other thing I'll say is that the most popular option, the 6-story option from the survey that's cited in the report, isn't the one that got brought forward. And there's some careful wording in the report to sort of hedge around the idea that there's similar developments in the Ballston-Rosland corridor, but there's nothing like this in this immediate area or neighborhood. As a previous speaker on a previous topic said, county planning should not accommodate applicants' financial and programmatic goals, and yet I feel that's exactly what's happening here. I was surprised that the advertisement, proposed advertisement, anticipates a building the same height as the one we're in now, and yet this one's over a metro station, and the other one, as I said, is as far away as it could be in this corridor. And we also know developers don't contract the envelope, so whatever we start with now is only likely to expand. That's just the natural pressure. Finally, the rationale given by some of the planning commissions for their endorsement was preserving maximum flexibility, but that doesn't sound like planning to me. So I would hope that they would reconsider their recommendation. Again, continuing the conversation is right, but it should happen before, not after, or in parallel with this recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wood.
Our next speaker is Elizabeth Farrell, followed by Brooke Alexander. Elizabeth Farrell, online. If you are online, please unmute *6 if you're on your phone. There we go.
Hello, Ms. Farrell.
Can you hear me now? Hi. My name is Elizabeth Farrell, and this is the first time that I've spoken to the county board. I'm a single mom, and I've lived in Arlington for about 15 years, but I've lived at my current house for the last 7. I live at the corner of Danville and Franklin Street. I will be able to see this new building outside my window. I have spoken to many people on my block, and I think what I'm about to say accurately expresses their feelings as well. There's many young families on our block. Collectively, there are 15 children under the age of 18 living just on our block between Franklin Street and Key Boulevard. We have many concerns about the height and size of the building, but specifically we have concerns about the traffic. We are a yield street, which means we are a two-way street that's only 3 lanes wide with cars on both sides. There's a light at Danville and Langston, and so both Google Maps and Waze direct traffic directly down our street. Regularly, people drive way too fast on our street. A few years ago, someone was driving so fast that they actually, around the corner in front of my house, that they actually flipped over. I think that with a building as big as the one proposed by the developers, the amount of traffic that will come down our street in order to get to I-66 is going to be overwhelming. As a result, we strongly encourage the board to consider the low option of no more than 9 stories. We think that the proposed building is very different from the other buildings in the area, including the Clarendon Shopping and the Whole Foods building. We urge the county to adopt the low option, or at least to maintain a lower height cap. To be clear, we are not opposed to affordable housing, and we think that even the low option affords some space for affordable housing. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Farrell.
Our next speaker is Brooke Alexander, followed by John Carton.
Good afternoon, Ms. Alexander.
Hi. Hello. My name's Brooke Alexander. I'm a member of the Development Committee and chair of the Ashton Heights Tree Canopy and Native Plant Committee, and representing Ashton Heights today. Ashton Heights Civic Association shares the concerns of our sister civic associations. I'd like to talk more specifically about putting missing middle housing here. In the early 1980s, and I'm sorry, Kendra, would you put on my first slide, please?
There we go.
And then, sorry, I can't see. That's great. You can just leave it there. Sorry. So in the early 1980s, I was a citizen member of the Clarendon Sector Plan Committee, which resulted in the 1984 Clarendon Sector Plan, the original sector plan. We were given this bullseye graphic as an overview of the plan for the Rosland-Boston corridor. This graphic was included in each of the 5 sector plans, which in turn were adopted as policy by the county board and is still county policy. Notably, this bullseye policy puts the highest height and density over each metro station and slopes down to the neighborhoods, and also slopes down in height and density between the stations, leaving what I call troughs between the stations. The troughs are marked in yellow. The Courthouse West project is smack in the middle of a trough marked with an X. With current county policy, this site should remain low in height and density as C2. Now, times have changed since 1984. Currently, the county board is trying to address a critical housing shortage for middle-income people. It may be appropriate to increase the height and density along the entire metro line, making more of a spine than a series of bullseyes. This is a policy decision that should be made by the county board. If the board goes forward accepting the study's recommendation on this one block, it sets the precedent for every other property in each trough from Rosland to Boston. In my opinion, it is inappropriate for the LRPC to make a decision that will affect the entire RB corridor. We need to look at this currently unallocated potential development for the whole corridor, see how all of these developments would affect our need for schools, stormwater runoff, parks and recreation needs, traffic and parking, and make a plan that includes all of these things as part of the redevelopment. With proper planning, the county would have the potential to build missing middle housing here, as yet unallocated development space. High rises for the missing middle would be different from the missing middle plexes currently being considered, but could be quite an important help to the missing middle. Write a new zoning category whose purpose is to create missing middle high-rise units. Ballpark for this site, the county staff recommendation is to increase the height from 4 stories to 12 stories. If we could capture 2/3 of the resulting 270 residential units for missing middle, that would be an extra 180 extra units for missing middle on this one block. Thank you for your consideration. I have loved living in central Arlington for the last 46 years. Please make decisions that will serve Arlington for the next 46 years. Do not accept this study. Use the study to decide to look at the policy for the whole RB corridor. Put some missing middle housing in this yet unallocated development space. Don't give it away to the developers. Use it for county purposes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Alexander.
Our next speaker is John Carton, followed by Lisa Chavez.
Madam Chair, members of the board, my name is John Carton. I'm president of the Lion Village Citizens Association. The block in question is covered by the county's courthouse sector plan, which calls for service commercial buildings on the site. The site is currently zoned service commercial C2. The neighbors who live close to this site want low mixed use. This would allow for up to 6 stories. This is the preferred option for neighbors who live across from and around this site. This would conform with the zoning of all the other large commercial lots in the immediate vicinity, including the crossings, also known as Market Commons, Whole Foods, in the building east of the block. The county survey that went out to the community earlier this year on Courthouse West was very flawed. When it asked the respondents what size building would they like to see on it, the current land use plan and zoning was not a choice. This should have been the base case. It was like asking somebody on a diet, do they want a 24-ounce or the 32-ounce steak? The 6-ounce steak was not an option. There also was no place to write in comments on the survey about the plan. It was a done deal if you responded to the survey. The minimum number of floors that you could pick was 12. So this resulted in a biased survey result. Arlington's planning in the metro corridor follows the nub concept used in Northwest Washington and other places, with greatest heights at the metro stations and lower heights farther away. This is what the long-time plan for the RB corridor calls for. The building heights and densities should taper down between stations and be consistent with the long-time county planning principle. This site is just about halfway between Courthouse and the Clarendon Metro stations, so it should remain low. The proposed building heights present a problem in that the height of the buildings on the north side of Wilson, just opposite, are 1 and 2 stories. 12-story buildings would tower over houses just inside Lyon Village, thus dwarfing houses along Franklin Road and Danville Streets in the adjoining blocks. We request that the board say no to this spot zoning proposal here and instead recommend a more livable sized building on this site. We request that the board keep it at no more than 6 stories. Thank you for your time today.
Our next speaker is Lisa Chavez, followed by Casey Nolan. Lisa Chavez, you need to unmute. Okay. I see Lisa Chavez on the line, but we will go on to Casey Nolan.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
We can. Good afternoon, Mr. Nolan.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, board members, staff, and other members of the community. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss the special GLUB study for the proposed Courthouse West project from the applicant's perspective. For those of you whom I've not met, my name is Casey Nolan, and I help lead the local development team for CRC Companies. Thank you to county staff who's put in significant time into this effort, and thank you to the community for your participation in LRPC meetings, Planning Commission meetings, and the online engagement opportunities. We look forward to continued engagement with community and staff. Formerly known as Clark Realty Capital, CRC is an Arlington-based turnkey development and investment firm. We have a 30-year history of delivering purpose-driven projects. We're privately held and focus on long-term ownership and management of our projects, which are primarily mixed-use residential. Although we're still very early in the planning process, we've assembled a team that includes not only architects, but also retail and landscape experts to have their input on how retail, residential, and open space will best work for residents, retail patrons, and the community. Our entire team has Arlington experience. I want to very briefly highlight our firm's history in Arlington. We've been based in Boston for over 15 years and have completed several award-winning projects in Clarendon. Our most recent delivery, known as the 10 at Clarendon, was the first LEED Platinum residential building in Arlington and set a new standard for successful live-work units. Staff has done an excellent job orienting everyone to the site. I want to just highlight why we feel a mixed-use residential zoning category and density makes sense at this location. The Courthouse West block is a gap in the RB corridor. It is a sea of asphalt that has been there for decades and could be a mixed-use project that weaves the courthouse and Clarendon neighborhoods together. While there's been a healthy discussion about the planning concepts dating back to the 1970s, we feel a site with not one, but 2 metro stops a 5-minute walk away is where housing and density makes the most sense. This is a multimodal site. There's been some discussion about the special GLUB study encompassing the entire block, although our firm does not control the small used car lot. There's precedent for GLUB studies having been done without full block consolidation. More importantly, legal counsel on behalf of the adjacent property owner has supported the study, and this enables a potential consolidation without additional planning time in the future by staff. While the details of the listed planning goals are worked out in the 4.1 process, the update to the GLUB will enable the next phase of planning to move forward. The buy-to-ride option for the site today falls short in the planning goals and priorities discussed in the current process. While it's been discussed by staff previously, I want to highlight that there is a sector plan in place for the Courthouse West site that's different than most prior special GLUP studies where they lack planning guidance. Our interpretation attributes of this transit-rich site was that CO was the appropriate category. Staff has recommended a medium density category of CO 2.5 and added a height cap of 12 stories versus the 16 stories allowed in the CO 2.5 zoning category. Our recommendation is simply to remove that height cap at this time to enable flexibility in the design during the 4.1 process and achieve more housing in a location that is served by transportation infrastructure, walkable jobs, and numerous amenities. Staff has depicted potential massing schemes in its report. We've included one as well. It shows how a building might be oriented, tapered, and sculpted. While this is merely a schematic plan, it shows how building form can be broken apart and worked through during the site plan review process. This schematic image shows how a building might load, where delivery and rideshare drop-offs might occur, and how retail open space and streetscape could lay out. We have heard feedback about existing traffic patterns and welcome studying this further in the 4.1 process. I want to briefly share a rough schedule for those who might be wondering what comes next after a GLUP study. There's much work to be done in preparing documents for 4.1 submission, site plan review committee meetings, and eventually a fully designed project to build. The engagement process that we commenced in 2019 will continue, and we look forward to a meaningful and healthy dialogue that makes the project better. We respectfully the County Board vote to approve the request to advertise, and I thank you very much for your time, the County Board, staff, and others for giving us opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nolan. Do we want to loop back to our other speaker?
Lisa Chavez.
Okay. Well, if not, then I believe that puts the conversation with the board. Let me begin by thanking those who came in to give input today and those who provided input throughout on the process. For framing, I think as has been well noted by our staff, this is, of course, a request to advertise, which is to say the general boundaries of setting the general boundaries of what might be submitted for a future 4.1 to be considered with any GLUP changes, as well as what might set the context for more integrated consideration of the site plan, land use, related impacts on transportation, et cetera. So no final decisions today, I think, is a really important note as we begin this conversation. I think it is fair to say that the conversations or questions or themes we've largely heard have been around the areas, especially of height. But I do know we've heard from a number of public commenters today with sort of general concerns or considerations about, well, effectively adding more people to Arlington County. So I want to make sure that we have the opportunity to surface any questions we may have for our staff or others that may have arisen during the process. Let me begin with by opening the floor then to questions. Mr. Dorsey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll begin with a question for staff. Just in the scoping of the study document and conducting this GLUP study, did you consider any potential new, if not zoning categories or even GLUP designations to maybe think about areas such as these that have, you know, a little bit of an unclear direction in terms of reconciling old board policy with the current way people are able to move around? This is sort of looking at that bullseye context within a modern perspective.
Yeah, so when we began this study, we were in some ways lucky in that there were 2 LRPC meetings during the Tier 1 process. So we were able to get initial feedback related to building height that allowed us to kind of move forward and start to develop draft guiding principles and drafts or preliminary massing scenarios. As we started to look at preliminary massing scenarios, we really kind of focused our attention on height and form. So not necessarily immediately identifying a particular GLUP designation or set of GLUP designations, but we knew that the discussion and feedback from the community thus far had really been on height and the form of the building, of a building that could occur. And so our initial steps were, you know, let's explore different forms. And then as we collect feedback related to the vision for the site, related to obviously building form and height, what designations could potentially be appropriate and help realize that vision.
Thank you. That was helpful.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that as well. Mr. DeFerranti.
I suppose this is related to that question. The question is, I was struck by Ms. Alexander's comments with respect to the process for considering this special GLUP area and the entire bullseye approach, which I've also heard discussion of, rather than a bullseye, a more contemporary thought might be a sort of a saddleback where you have, greatest density directly near metros. But I don't know if this question is for you, Mr. Murphy, or whether it's for our planning director. The question is a little bit about how do you evaluate that question of why special GLUP here and how we think about the full RB corridor. I think that I could see arguments for both types of planning because there is a difference. Having lived in courthouse, there's a difference between Rosland and and you go further up the corridor, and I think that there is gentler density at different points. But have you thought about that question of whether we should, and how did you think about the question of special GLUP here versus more throughout that corridor planning?
Thank you. Thank you for the question. Anthony Fusarelli with the Planning Division. So I think one important point to introduce in terms of the background of the special GLUP study and how they came about, and to get to your question, right? When do we feel it's appropriate to have this type of study be conducted to consider the future of a site versus when do we undertake a broader geographic study for a larger planning area? And I think, going back to the late 2000s, and even leading up to that point, we saw a number of instances where there were certain sites in particular where, for whatever reason, the general land use plan designation had not, the way it had been considered previously was perhaps not fully completed, or circumstances have changed. And so this, similar to this site, it's a service commercial designation within the heart of the RB corridor. And there have been other sites in the past. 800, 900 North Glebe in Ballston is another good example going back about 15 years. So we have a process where applicants can ask, staff and the county to reconsider the designation for some of those, I don't want to say forgotten sites, but some of those sites that haven't been addressed to date. I think that process is why we're here today. I think when we look more broadly at certain edges or certain areas that maybe haven't been planned more comprehensively, that's when we would be having a conversation probably as part of the work program discussion with a recommendation to consider maybe a near-term study for a particular geography. So not sure if that gets the heart of your question, but some thoughts.
That's very helpful. We're at a request to advertise, and so I have that sort of level of deference, and I really appreciate the very careful consideration that seems to have led to the current recommendation from staff, from the county manager in light of everything. So I'll have more questions. I think because I was not here at that time, just to signal, I want to understand the full community benefits, and I suspect, just being transparent, I want to understand the story of other planning in Clarendon, which I don't know every piece of what eventually led to the shops at Clarendon, that space, as opposed to there was some discussion of an alternate development. But at this stage, I have that sort of deference, and I do think that the question, what's right for the next 46 years, is a piece of this for me. Thanks.
Well put. I think one of the things I found sort of in a similar vein kind of interesting to get my head around here is, often when we've looked at general land use plans in recent years, it's been certainly not the edges, as you were indicating, Mr. Fusarelli, right? But areas that are not really along that spine, right? To the extent that Clarendon Boulevard and Wilson Boulevard, I really think of our main thoroughfares through the RB corridor. One of the things I was thinking about in Ms. Alexander's comments is like how precedential this special GLUB study is. I'm trying to think about how to phrase this, right? Like, so how many kind of unplanned areas are there along those two core thoroughfares? Are most of them captured by the Ballston Sector Plan, Rosland Sector Plan, or historically the Clarendon Sector Plan, or because both the Clarendon Sector Plan and Ballston Sector Plan are at this point so old? I mean, do we have pretty significant swaths of, what we think of as our key metro corridor, Clarendon Boulevard and Wilson Boulevard, that are outside of planning corridors or planning sector plans?
To that question, I would offer that the number of sites within the Rosland-Ballston corridor proper that are similar to this particular site as being a vestige service commercial designation along, the Wilson-Clarendon couplet is pretty limited.
Okay.
That being said, there certainly would be the opportunity for an applicant to come forward and request a change to a designation for a property that they might have interest in. But I think in most instances, we would have sector plan guidance that would be applicable and helpful to either responding to or reviewing a development application or providing feedback on their intentions.
That's really helpful. I think for me, sort of as I've watched this one evolve, I've been mostly startled by the fact that we've had, this site that is outside of the area. Notwithstanding, appreciate Mr. Burns' comments. I'm not sure I would describe anything quite so walkable to two metro stations as a sprawl area. So I was a little surprised it wasn't already within one of those sector plan scopes. Mr. Kirantonis, questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. You just covered one of the questions that I had. So what's what kind of appetite can be stimulated? But most of the corridors are actually planned, and I have to say I appreciate very much the slides 16 and 17 because we can see how the corridor over these 46 and a half a century now has been sculpted over time. So this shows quite some trends. I wanted to focus on a different thing, on the open space and the part of that. So is the advertisement today making any is it, how specific is that? What kind of open space this will be? What uses do we expect there? How does it work with biophilic, principles, etc.? And how does it relate to the final decision on what the massing will be? So I can imagine, for example, a more aggressive open space discussion for a bigger building rather than a smaller one.
Thank you for that question. Yes, so the study document contains public space recommendations. One of the recommendations is the provision of public space along Clarendon Boulevard. The recommendation sets a minimum square footage size for that. That would be expected with any future site plan application or the study document to be adopted. So it establishes that minimum square footage, and through the 4.1 SPRC process, there would be additional discussion about the size that is included in the site plan application. Ideally larger than that. There would also be a separate park master planning process dedicated to the public space. The public space would end up being a privately owned public space, owned and maintained by the property owner. In terms of your second question about the size of the building and the potential effect on the public space, that was one of the considerations related to our building height guidance. Staff felt strongly that encouraging appropriate height transitions down to a public space to really frame it and make it a welcome, open place was really important. And so that led to the proposed maximum building height guidance of no more than 4 stories adjacent to the public space to help create that kind of open and accessible feel.
Thank you.
Excellent. Mr. DeFranti.
I'm ready to offer just a few short concluding remarks, mindful that this is RTA, and I don't think,
I think procedurally
Thank you,
it's fine
Mr.
to
Vice
advertise
Chair.
them while you organize your thoughts, but that's fine, by all means.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'll go for it, keeping in mind that we'll get to a motion. Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. Ms. Craig's comments regarding align with those of Ms. Alexander with respect to how we plan the community block by block, and I think I'm satisfied at this stage with Mr. Fusarelli's responses, but I did hear, and I think that's a fair concern, Ms. Hakura's comments. I think it's fair to say that what was envisioned in the 80s is different from now, and what I think is reasonable and advisable for the next 46 years. So I heard those comments as well. Ms. Carr is a single parent. Certainly some of the issues you mentioned, very concerned about. We do seek to invest in a lot of those areas and respect your comments that you raised, and we'll be thinking of those. I think, Mr. Wood, your comments were very helpful with respect to parks in particular, but also schools. I think there are there's some who have said, there are many great strengths of Ballston. Perhaps the number of parks integrated into it is not one of those greatest pieces. So we have to, I think, be careful to try to avoid that going forward. And that's a note that I think perhaps, and also school capacity is relevant as well. I mentioned Ms. Alexander. I would say something with respect to Mr. Nolan. I think that the next 3 months, 2-3 months, this is a time when community engagement is very, very important, because I believe that it is a very close question as to 16 and 12 stories, even for advertisement. So the community benefits would be very important, but I still think we have a GLUP process that precedes the 4.1 that Mr. Nolan mentioned. And so I'm really hoping for a lot of community engagement over the coming months. I'm willing to support, and I agree with the county manager and the staff's recommendation at this stage, but I just want to provide that note with respect to the coming months, because engaging with our community I see is critical right now over the next 2-3 months. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Dorsey, would you like to make a motion?
I'll be happy to, Madam Chair. It is, I move that the county board adopt the resolution to authorize advertisement, which is attachment 1 to board report 39 dated July 11, 2022, for public hearings by the Planning Commission on September 7th of that year and the county board on September 17th of that year, to adopt the Courthouse West Special General Land Use Plan Study document that is shown in attachment 2, and that we further adopt the attached resolution to authorize advertisement, which is attachment 3 of that board report, of future public hearings by the PC and the county board at a time concurrent with consideration of associated rezoning and site plan applications, to consider a general land use plan amendment from service commercial to medium office apartment hotel for the area located by the block bounded by Wilson Boulevard, North Cleveland Street, Clarendon Boulevard, and North Danville Street.
All right, that's been seconded. If you'd like to speak to it.
I'll speak to it briefly. So as has been said, this is an opportunity for us to really frame the discussion that we expect our Planning Commission will more fully engage in, and that the board will later engage in September. So at this time, to me, it seems most appropriate to ensure that we're not leaving anything off the table. But that said, I feel it's important to certainly lay very clearly here that the distinctions between 12 stories and associated density and 16 are quite significant and are not costless and shouldn't be viewed as just simply a whim to be taken up later. In my mind, 12 stories has been thoughtfully suggested by staff to address a myriad of concerns, and in any way moving toward 16 should come with not only mitigating any adverse impacts, but also providing substantial community benefits. So this is just not simply a matter of whether you're comfortable with 12 or comfortable with 16, but really does either promote the goals that we intend for this area. And just to speak to this area, I know that we don't have necessarily universal agreement, as we've heard from our discussion today. I hope that we can all agree that the C2 zoning service commercial designation that exists is inappropriate for this area. I hope that we can all agree on that. I mean, I would have lost a lot of money if you could have told me that within, the Wilson Clarendon box that we had an existing C2 zone parcel this close to Metro. I would have lost a lot of money. So we know that that's wrong. And then as you think about, well, what would be appropriate, the neighboring properties being medium office apartment hotel, it's not inconsistent to have this one in that designation either. Now, recognizing within that, though, this site has specific needs and circumstances or conditions that we may want to address. As it relates to transit and proximity to transit, Ms. Alexander, you raised a compelling point. We do have overall policy that has never been repudiated, if you will, but I think that has been kind of superseded by different sensibility, and we have to think about how we absorb that. The bullseye concept that Arlington is known for is kind of not necessarily the way a lot of folks look at it today for a lot of different reasons. Instead of the right on top of transit, people look at a half mile away from transit, for example, as a way to determine what is transit rich and accessible. Now, whether or not we should treat the outer edges of a half mile radius, for example, very differently from right on top, that's a legitimate, real discussion. But we have to certainly think about things that are different today than they were 30, 40 years ago. The connection of the full streetscape that we have now wasn't existing then. In addition to access to heavy rail, we also have access to what I would call premium bus service on this corridor, which also is a significant transit advantage. Of course, the ability for people to use micromobility devices to move around is also very different. So as we think about this particular site, I believe that it is certainly worthy of thinking about this within the context of not 30, 40 years ago, when we don't expect a lot of these people to be incentivized to transit and to active uses. They absolutely are at this site without question. I think experience bears that out. And I just do want to speak a little bit to something that I look forward to discussing a lot more over the next couple of months, the community concerns around safety. It's always very troubling when I hear about people who feel unsafe, particularly when it relates to their children in their communities. But I also know it's true that properly designed infill projects, mixed-use projects have the ability to reduce, not the ability to, it's proven, they reduce vehicle miles traveled, which is a key component of safety. And I think it's also worth just mentioning that our responsibility to ensure a safe community exists regardless of the type of development that we approve. And I hope that people just don't walk away believing that as you build bigger buildings, you are inherently making your community unsafe. I don't believe that to be true, but doesn't mean that those concerns don't need to be addressed.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dorsey, for making the motion and a series of very well-put arguments. I'll note, and as I seek to close and then turn it to my colleagues, I don't think I could do better in terms of the broader conversation than associating myself with where we are headed, perhaps versus where we have been, and in particular the lessons learned over the past couple of decades with regard to being able to significantly add to the population of Arlington while significantly reducing the numbers of cars on the road through extended transit options, which will, of course, be core to this or any other. development proposal within the Orange Line corridor, as well as our other key transit areas. I'll just note, because I do think it bears echoing from others of us, your point about expectations, about what we are advertising. I don't think I can put it better than our staff did in drafting this report and noting that the inclusion of a recommended maximum building height in the study document really is about establishing a vision and policy guidance for the maximum building height for future development. The guidance is about not precluding a submission of a future site plan application consistent with the advertised category. We are not taking it off the table, as others have said, but it is certainly the expectation now that the advertised policy guidance of the board that we think that 12 stories is what is likeliest to be appropriate here. It is the one that has been studied most carefully with our staff, and it is a conclusion I know they didn't come to lightly and is therefore not one to which we come lightly either, in terms of the appropriateness of this area. So I think Mr. Dorsey, you put that so well. It's not sort of just an immaterial difference between heights. It really is important to articulate the expectation really is around 12 stories. I have no further comments. I'm going to turn to Mr. Karantonis and Ms. Garvey as we wrap up.
Well, only very briefly, Madam Chair. As I was listening to Mr. Dorsey's very well articulated comments, it's not half a mile, it's 0.2 miles, it's 1/5 of a mile. And that shows that, and as a matter of fact, what is the amazing accomplishment of the original, just at the beginning of the metro era, planning principle of the bullseyes is that they and Ms. Alexandra, thank you for that. You created the nodal points that created an entire community and created this commercial vibrancy and human connectivity that gave us the possibility to now reconnect, to be able to accommodate more housing on this corridor, to at the same time keeping that a safe and prosperous community, and still being a very good business proposition for a lot of people. So I think that this is still a success story, a very big success story. And in that sense, I think that we should be thinking today as well. And I align myself with those who appreciate staff's very thorough work on understanding massing and understanding the trade-offs, on making them very visible. I repeat that I particularly like slides 16 and 17 because they add a lot of texture and context to what we are talking about today. And I'm looking forward to the conversation along this line as we go forward. Thank you very much. And of course, I didn't say that I'm supportive of the motion. I believe I seconded that.
Thank you. And Ms. Garvey?
Yeah, thank you. I just appreciated listening to all the questions and the discussions raised by the residents who come, and virtually and in person, and all the questions from my colleagues. It just strikes me it's kind of the ongoing discussion about Arlington. We went back to our history moving forward, and it's all how can we build, the best community we can. From what we've got now and the tools that we have. I appreciate having the flexibility from staff to do a little more discussion about things, which we'll talk about. And it's really all about benefits, the trade-offs that we've got as we move forward and develop with height and density and the usual discussions we have. And I should make for some fruitful conversations during the summer. And thank you. I'm pleased to support the motion.
Thank you very much. Unless there are any further comments, I'll call for a vote on Mr. Dorsey's motion. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that carries unanimously. Madam Clerk, is there any other business to come before the board today?
There is not.
Okay, with that, then, we are recessed until 3 p.m. this upcoming Tuesday.